Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to day two of the WCG Rivals Tournament. Maybe you guys are familiar with us, maybe you guys are not. And if you're not, let's introduce ourselves first. Hello, my name is Aturna, and alongside with me to cast for you throughout the entirety of today, we have three matches ahead of us. It's me, Aturna, as well as Gani. Now, Gani, how are you feeling?
Eterna, I feel great. A bit nervous here. It's been a while, but it's gonna be so fun casting with you, seeing the content creators battling it out. I just can't wait.
Yeah, neither can I. Today is going to be extra action packed. As we all know, Team coachtezet has already advanced into the grand final. So we're waiting to see who exactly they're going to be competing against today. So there's three more teams. We're going to start with match number one. That is going to be in the lower bracket. It's going to be Team Inisikiboo as well as doktermlbb. Now, looking at yesterday's progress of how they were able to play, what are your thoughts here, Gani, today? Who do you think is going to be able to advance and who's going to go home?
You know what? Looking at yesterday's match is just so intense. It's just, I really can't tell, but let's check this clip out. Well, not clip. Let's check this live out.
Yeah, we're going to check this out right now here as we are going to go into the awarding ceremony, Gani. All right, and in this case, we are going to be able to see the host, Nevin. She is an Indonesian caster. She's going to be announcing who exactly is going to be able to win the awarding ceremony today. So there's going to be two categories here, Gani, right? There's going to be most liked post on TikTok, and there's also going to be most viewed post on TikTok. There's four teams that are going to be battling out for these awardings, but only three will be placed. So we have top one, top two, and as well as top three, Gani.
So we're gonna really see which team, well, which TikToker, I might say, will win that number one spot. So before that, though, let's see who will grab the third place of the most liked.
Oh, congratulations to Team Reject. They have been able to secure that third place position. They're going to be able to go up on stage right now to receive the awarding. But I'm not really sure. Are they going to be waiting for the second place first?
No. So 364,000 likes. It's going to be second place. Bobocho.
Yeah, it turns out it's going to be Team Bobachot here, Gani, one of the content creators here as well. Bobachot is actually quite well known in the YouTube world. He's been able to make a lot of content on TikTok, even with Mobile Legends as well. I mean, his highest rank, Mythic 48, but we're going to award the first place position here. And it's going to be Team Ibnu.
Ibnuwardani is also a very infamous influencer here in Indonesia, and he will receive the number one spot for the most liked content that he has posted on TikTok.
Congratulations to all of these three teams. I mean, personally speaking, Gani, I go on TikTok a lot, right? And on TikTok, I see his content a lot. He does a lot of his content with his partner as well. They're very entertaining. They're very interesting. But what I didn't know was that he had capabilities in the Land of Dawn as well.
Well, we are going to see it perhaps again here today. We saw it yesterday, but yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It is very interesting to see somehow a non-player of MLBB play ML, I guess.
Ooh, look at this, the awarding here. So for the third place, we're able to be 500 XD. We'll see for the second place here position to Team Bobachot. 300,000. Wait, sorry, 1,000 USD. And for the first place position for Team Ibnuwardani, they have been gifted 1,500 USD. That's a lot of money, Gotti. What would you do with that much amount of money? All right, then as you can see here, first, second, and third place. Congratulations to all of these three teams. And of course, there is still going to be one more category. So for those of you who are waiting for your fans, for your idols here, not being able to get up on stage, there's still one more category that they can be gifted, which is the most viewed post on TikTok as well. It is going to be the same first, second, and third place with the respective awarding as well. So now we are going to be able to award the third place position. Wow, with 4 million views. And it's gonna go to Bagas Deche TikTok. Congratulations, Bagas Deche TikTok. You're gonna see him come up on stage. He's been able to grasp 4 million views with his content on TikTok, as we are going to be awaiting the second place position as well. For the second place, with 5 million views, it's going to go to Team Reject. Congratulations, Team Reject. So now, for third place, it was 4 million views. For second place, it was 5 million views. But for the first place, they were able to receive 11 million views. Is it Team Tezet? Is it Team Ibnu? We're gonna find out in a bit. And first place goes to Team Ibnuwardani once again. Congratulations, Team Ibnu. An amazing feat. They're able to grasp 2 different awards, all 3 teams. So not only do they get to participate in these fun matches and win the prizes that they're able to grasp, but they're also able to receive a lot of money through the awarding ceremony as well. And we're going to see the prizes. Third place, 500 USD. Second place, 1,000 USD. And first place with 1,500 USD. So that means Team Ibnu has received 3,000 USD without even placing just yet. Congratulations once again to Team Reject, Bobachot, Bagas Deje TikTok, as well as Team Ibnu. And that is the awarding ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But we are moments away of entering the intense match ahead of us as well. But before that, we are going to take a look at the brackets, because as you guys know, this is the second day of the WCG rivals. And we're going to check out the brackets right now here. From yesterday, we are going to see that both of the matches that we saw yesterday, with all 3 matches, were a clean sweep. 2-0 all around. Coachtezet not losing a single match or even a game as they secured that grand finals position. Other than that here, Coach Team Ibnu here, they were able to win a 2-0 as well. So they are going to be waiting in that final semi-final lower bracket match. But the match ahead of us here, our first match of today to kickstart WCG Rivals Day 2, is going to be Team Inisikiboo as well as Team MLBB, which means that one team will have to say goodbye to their championship run. And this is today's schedule. Team Inisikiboo going against Team MLBB here in match number 4, or match number 1 of today in a best of 3 series. Following with which whoever wins will be going against Team Ibnuwardani here for match number 2 in a full best of 3. Now, the thing is, for the grand finals, it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a full best of 5. So luck is no longer an option. They're going to have to go all full 5 games against the team, coachtezet, who has proved to us that they have the chemistry, they have the macro, and they have the gameplay to be able to go for it. It's going to be very interesting to see who is going to be accompanying coachtezet, Team Tezet there in the grand finals, because remember, this is the ticket to Busan, to South Korea. And we're going to see in a few minutes the first match of today. Ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared. Show your support. Type who you are going to be supporting here in the next upcoming match in the comments, because, me and Gani, we're watching the comments as well. But we are going to introduce Team Inisikiboo onto the stage. This is Team Inisikiboo on the stage. You can see here all 5 players. We have Shandy Luo, we have Kelping, as well as Olivia Gosandra, a female player here who has proved to us that she can not only just play mages or supports, she can go ahead and bring out something crazy like the Johnson as well. We're also going to choose the second team of today, Team doktermlbb, comprised of Picky Ping, Yanshen Lim, Zero, Chichi Billiard as well. All 5 players are going to be going up on stage. Oh! Be careful there. Okay. He tripped a little bit. It's better to trip here than trip onto the land of Dawn. But yes, these are the 5 players that are going to be going against Team Inisikiboo in just a few moments. It seems like the host is going to be asking a few questions here. First, to Team Inisikiboo, asking them what their preparation is for today. He's saying that after yesterday's defeat, they have not slept. They're looking hard, preparing hard. They have eye bags, but it's fine. Host Nevin also asking the same question to the opposing team, and they said that they are actually sleeping in the same hotel, so they're preparing together. Now Nevin is asking what they think about coachtezet's team, as both of these teams have actually gone against that team, but was slain 2-0 in just yesterday's matches. And they're pretending that they don't even know him. That's how strong coachtezet is. For his prediction, he says that he's gonna win 2-0 against Team Inisikiboo. Oh, the host is now asking Olivia what she thinks, what her prediction is for the next upcoming match, and she's saying that she's gonna win 2-1. So it's not gonna be a clean sweep, 2-1, all full 3-game series. And she says she's gonna use the Johnson again, once again here. Very interesting right now. We saw in the match with Olivia that her Johnson was actually respect banned in the first game, but in the second game they let it go. There was not much that they were able to do with it, but they are still going to try their best to win it out here in the next upcoming match. And as you can see here, guys, we are sorry, but right now Gani has said goodbye to us. He has ghosted us today. I'm just kidding. He's experiencing some technical issues, so you're just going to be with me for the moment. And we are moments away of going into match number 1 between both of the teams. This is very interesting, right? Because we're used to seeing pro player games. We're so used to seeing heroes, meta heroes. We're so used to seeing different types of synergies, strategies as well coming into the Land of Dawn. But this is a match. This is a comprises of all of content creators. We're going to see signature heroes, and that's what makes this interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see that there is a voting event. So don't forget to watch Rivals 2 here at Indonesia MLBB tournament with TikTok creators and predict the final winning team. Remember, you are going to be able to get a chance to win an MLBB skin code if you guys are able to guess. We do also have the WCG 2023 Open qualifiers. So this isn't just open to content creators or pro players or even ex coaches. You guys at home watching right now, the viewers, the community, you guys are also able to sign up. So don't forget to check this out. Sign up schedules May 1st. Don't forget that as well. The qualifier schedules first is on May 20th, day 2, May 21st. Don't forget to check out the time as well. Don't miss it. And if you guys don't know how to sign up, all you need to do is check out that link down below, wcg.lvup.gg. And don't forget, you guys get a chance to head on to WCG 2023 Busan in South Korea with a total prize of 40,000 USD. But now, the final moment, the moment we have all been waiting for, the official team lineup here for Team Inisikiboo. And it seems like nothing has changed here. We have Inisikiboo, Luo, Reject, Kelping, Olivia Gosandra, and we can also see their signature heroes down below. And you can see already, like we mentioned before, that their signature heroes, they're not even in the meta, right? We see a Nana over for Olivia. We also see something like just really cool picks all around. And we're also going to introduce the official team lineup for Team Dr. MLBB 88. It's going to be with Picky Ping, YL0, as well as Chichi Billiard. Very interesting picks. We have the Cyclops, the Kadita all around here for YL as well. We can also see for Picky Ping, very interesting signature heroes. And to remind you what's on the line, what's at stake in this current tournament is the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, a total of 24,000 USD. And not only do top 1 and top 2 get a prize, they other teams also as well. You can see here round 1 and 2 winner, they have prize pool. Winners group winner as well has an award. Losers group winner, losers final winner. And it's just amazing all around. But the finals winner here, either coachtezet or whoever is going to be accompanying them, will be winning the largest prize, 24,000 USD. Now we're going to take a look into the situation of the players on stage. Team Inisikiboo versus Team Dr. MLBB for this best of 3 in our first match of today. They are looking serious. They are looking very concentrated. Remember, whoever loses this has to go home. So they have to be very, very careful in how they draft against each other. It's all going to come down to the drafts, to the execution as well. And they need to be careful. Even though they're good at one hero, even though they have their signature picks, they have their power picks, they need to be aware of counter strategies from the opposing team as well. Once again, looking at Team Inisikiboo, we see Shandy Luo there as well, Kelvin, Ryan Mulyadi. What's very interesting here is all 5 of the players are already at Mythic Glory, other than Shandy Leo and Olivia Gosandra, who is still at Legend. But, you know, content creating is time consuming, and they are going to still bring out the best that they can do. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to follow us on TikTok. We have TikTok WCG official channel, as well as wcg.idn.official to get the latest information on all things Mobile Legends. Back to the players once again here. Team Dr. MLBB. They're also a team comprised of experienced players. Dr. MLBB himself is at Mythic 25 stars, Pikiping at Mythic 17. But they do have 2 epics here, Victoria or Zero, as well as Chichi Billiard, both still at epic. But man, even though they're still at epic, their gameplay yesterday, it really proved to us that they do have knowledge within the game. So what I'm curious to know is, ladies and gentlemen, who are you guys voting for? Who are you guys rooting for? Are you team Inisikibu or are you team Dr. MLBB 88? Please share your thoughts, your comments, and what you think you will expect, or may perhaps predictions among you all with the first match of today here between both of these teams. We would like to remind you that this is the lower bracket, so whoever loses this best of three, they're going straight home, and whoever advances between Inisikibu as well as Dr. MLBB, they are going head to head against Team Ibnu, who was able to reap two different rewards in the awarding ceremony earlier. Very interesting right now. We are moments away of the drafting phase. Who exactly are they going to prioritize? What bands are going to come through? Are we going to see respect bands? Perhaps the Johnson being taken away from Olivia? Or perhaps is Olivia going to pick up something different this time around? Is she going to go for perhaps the Nana signature hero that we saw earlier in the list? Both teams, remember, yesterday unfortunately had to go down 0-2. So they do not have the momentum on their side, but they do have the fire, the want, the determination to
Yes,
advance
hello.
in this international tournament. Remember, 2-0, Inisikibu lost against coachtezet. 2-0 against Ibnu, Dr. MLBB lost. And now, Inisikibu as well as Dr. MLBB once again going head to head. But ladies and gentlemen, let's reintroduce our co-caster here. Mr. Gani, where have you been? It turns out he is gone once again, ladies and gentlemen. So you are stuck with me. Unfortunately, I hope you guys like my voice because we are in it together. So we can see here the drafting phase has already begun here between Team Inisikibu as well as Team Dr. MLBB. The glue, the Minsitar as well as the Martis is going to be the choice of band here coming in from Inisikibu. Whereas from Dr. MLBB, they've opted for the Melissa, the Wanwan, and the Faramis band. And with no time at all, you can see that the Farsa is going to be the first pick here for Inisikibu. And the underlying theme that we saw from yesterday is the fact that who is able to clear the fastest in that mid lane, who has the better high ground in that mid lane, usually is going to be able to have more pressure and domination over the rotations and on those side lanes. So a really good hero has already been secured by Inisikibu in that Farsa. Good high ground, good artillery, as well as good clear and really fast rotations with the wings by wings as well. Team Dr. MLBB though, they're going to go for a different route. They're going to secure the Leslie first pick as well as the Kaja. So already securing a really good pick-off hero here in the Kaja. Very prio even in the meta as well. And on the flip side, Team Inisikibu is also looking for something similar, with the Franco being picked up and the Brody to just round out that first phase. This is going to be proving to be a very interesting 1v1 matchup between the Leslie and the Brody, because as you all know, Leslie, she has really good range, but in that early game, her damage just isn't as intense as the Brody earlier on. So it's going to be the battle between base damage and range here in the first few minutes of the gold lane matchup. Team Dr. MLBB though, they don't want to lose on that high ground. They're going to go for the Yeve. So high ground versus high ground artillery, the difference is the Farsa is going to be able to roam a lot faster from that mid lane towards the side lanes to be able to get a little bit more of an advantage as well as pressure. But the Yeve is really good in terms of that utility, really good slow. She just requires just a few items, not really too dependent on it. She can even go for something a little sturdier like the brute force breastplate to have a little bit more of defense when it comes down into those 5v5 team fights or even those skirmishes. Coming into the second phase of the drafting phase, we can see here that things are looking quite interesting here. Team Dr. MLBB has opted for the Kufra ban, whereas Team Inisikiboo with the Lapu-Lapu ban. So they are going to start limiting the choices for the roaming as well as that EXP lane. The Lapu-Lapu has been eliminated, but there are a few different choices that they can actually go for. The Charizla, we actually saw a Thamus being one of the signature picks as well. That is also still an option for them to bring up. Since the glue is already banned out, the Joy is going to be banned out here as well from Team Dr. MLBB.
Is the surest path to ruination.
Yuzong now, the choice of ban here for Team Inisikiboo, further limiting down choices. The Charizla is an option for them to ban out as well, or even to pick up here in the second phase, as both of these teams has yet to pick up that EXP laner, but they're gonna go for the jungler first. The Hayabusa, very aggressive, very stealthy, and a really good option when it comes down to those neutral objective takes.
Interna, I'm sorry.
Let
My power got cut. Alright, production, I'm sorry. But let's take a look and focus on the drafts again. Team Inisikiboo, yeah, they're going for a pick-off semi-kiting comp here. With the Granger, with the Brody, 2 marksmen in hand. And to add to that, they have the Farsa. So they are not too shabby defending their high ground and as well as during team fights. Whereas Dr. MLBB, it's quite clear, right? Benedetta and as well as Hayabusa. So 2 assassins here, quote unquote, going up against 2 marksmen. It's going to be very heavy early game towards that right team. Meanwhile, Inisikiboo, they like to prefer to wait, hold it out, perhaps towards that mid, towards that late game, then they will try to strike back. But remember, the right team also has a Leslie. So their early game, sure, they have a more balanced setup, right? With 2 assassins, Benedetta and Hayabusa can clear the way very fast, can rotate towards the map very fast, but they have that Leslie towards that late game. So let's just jump to the land of Dawn for game 1.
Yeah, straight to the land of Dawn here for game number 1 in a full best of 3 series. Remember, this is Team Dr. MLBB 88 going against Team Inisikiboo. And we're going to see exactly how this goes down, right? Because with the Hilda in the hands of the team, they are going to be able to rush. They should be able to rush the assassins from Team Dr. MLBB, but it seems like the Benedetta, Dr. MLBB himself, he's going to have a lot more to say. Very aggressive right now. Petrify already used. Is he going to be punished? Not just yet, as he is going to be able to escape for his life. And first blood goes to the hands of Team Dr. MLBB.
This is expected, right? Again, 2 assassins. Benedetta can clear the wave very fast in that bot lane. So what he does, after that he clears that wave, he rushes towards the jungle, and we see that extra pressure. Even he added a little spice there, putting that Petrify, stunning a member, and punishing. Yeah, first blood for Team Dr. MLBB. Expect another fight here happen towards top side here. That early game is really heavily leaning towards Team Dr. MLBB.
And there's a reason for that, right? We don't see the Granger jungle too often anymore. It isn't meta, and you have to ask why. The fact is, he rotates a lot slower. He clears the jungle a lot slower than something like the Hayabusa, and you can already see this happening. Team Dr. MLBB going to be able to win out on those rotations. You can also see already a disparity in the jungle levels, but oh my god, once again, Dr. MLBB going to be able to get another kill onto Inisikiboo. And like we mentioned before, right, the Granger, very weak against the assassins in the early game.
Well, we are now seeing here again the early game control from Team Dr. MLBB here. From the drafts, it's very clear, right? With the Yve, with the Kaja, it's more of an early game centric, and that is why the neutral objective here in that first turtle. And take a look here, already aggressive movements, already invading, trying to invade, trying to open positions in the enemy's jungle. And this is expected. Very high gameplay here. It's displayed by Team Dr. MLBB.
Everything has been so intense that we haven't even touched on the emblems and the choices of their battle spells, right? Because the Farsa, Olivia using the Farsa here, not the Johnson this time around, but she's opted for a different emblem. She's opted for the Mystery Shop, which is very interesting because usually the Farsa is known to use something different. We always see the Magic Worship perhaps for a little bit more damage, but she actually goes for discounted items. And with the fact that she's actually had a lot more emphasis on that early game to be able to grasp those items a lot faster with the discount, it doesn't feel like we see that impact going around here. But look at this, already something happening. Quad Shadow already used as well as the Shadow Kill. But in the end, YL is going to be eliminated as well. Reject going to be taken down to a 1-for-1 as inisikiboo looks for another victim here on the board. Chichibular already being able to escape. As you can see here, a 1v1 situation in the top side. But that is the beauty of the torn apart memory. Pikiping goes down.
A very good calculation there displayed by the Brody. But YL, earlier what happened, he miscalculated and forgot that he has that suppression, right? Bloody Hunt. And instantly the backup, Feather Airstrike. Sure, no Magic Worship, but top side, another hook lands.
Beautiful, beautiful hook. Chichi Billiard barely gets out, but with the torn apart memory, it doesn't hit for now. Pikiping gonna be able to put a little bit of pressure there, but it isn't going to amount to much as the iron hook is going to connect, and she definitely is going to be the next casualty on the chopping board. You can see here YL going in for the kill, being able to trade that back, but that is a 1-for-1 kelping for Pikiping. Who is it worth it for?
I feel like in the long run, it's worth it for their left side here, but take a look at this here. Dr. MLBB going wild.
Feather Airstrike opened up, but the Flame Shot is going to be able to get the kill. You can see here, Olivia already 2-0-0 KDA, having a lot of impact. The Caster Curse coming through again. I mentioned about her impact that wasn't visible, and she's really showing her fangs here once again in the 4th minute of the game. But you can see here, Team Dr. MLBB, just because they lost a turtle, doesn't mean they're going to trade it. They aren't going to trade it back. They are going to be able to get a tower there in the top side.
Yep, and it seems like here, Team Dr. MLBB, they don't mind, right? Because looking at the goal, they have a slight advantage, and perhaps that is also why here they're hovering around the jungle, trying to look for the opening to steal that purple buff, but it doesn't really matter. Granger is still able to take that away. Hunter Strike is in the hands of Granger. Of course, it adds penetration, and it adds also movement speed for 5 hits. So take into consideration, it's going to be quite hard, quite tricky to catch that Granger. Even you have Kaja, but take a look at this.
Yeah, take a look at this. Oh my god, it's going to be Dr. MLBB that gets taken out first with the heavily guarded Feather Airstrike coming out from Olivia Gosandra in the back line. But the follow-up coming in from the team wasn't faulty at all as well. They were very quick to follow up. The chemistry definitely has improved from what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an all-in, right? Benedetta, Hayabusa, they're more than often looking for an opening here, but it's just so hard when you have that stopper, that Bloody Hunt that can just deny your swift mobility. And we are now seeing pressure again, not from the team Dr. MLBB. It's going to be pressure from inisikiboo, but they need to be careful here again because Team Dr. MLBB also has a suppression, right? That Divine Judgment, which not really much of an impact, but take a look at the flicker play.
Oh my god, the Iron Hook going to be landing on YL of all people right before the turtle spawn. So that's going to be very worth it for Team inisikiboo right now. But look at this, Chichibilia trying to get out. He is going to be the next one to fall. Pikiping going to be able to flicker out of that, taking away, step-siding that Iron Hook coming in from Reject. But with 2 members taken down, without even a jungler, no retribution on their side, this is going to be a free turtle for Team inisikiboo. Not really sure what Dr. MLBB can do at this point. And like we mentioned, they're going to be secured for the airstrike opened up, cancelled out by Dr. MLBB's aggressive movements and maneuvers. But what initially was a lead from Team Dr. MLBB has now been taken back by Team inisikiboo.
Yeah, let's take a breath here a little bit, right? Eterna, I mean, 7-5, 7 minutes in, and another action here might occur in that mid lane. Thankfully, he has that wings by wings. And again, let's focus on the items, right? Let's talk about Leslie here, right? 4,000 gold. he has Berserker's Fury, but the richest guy is actually Brody, 5,000 gold already. So he has been farming up. Team Inisikiboo has, oh my god, topside Bloody Hunt there.
Oh, and Dr. MLBB just gonna be taken down there. 3v1, no problem. Team Dr. MLBB, though, they're looking for something else that they can get. Luo definitely with the quad shadow kill as well to top it off. They're also going to be able to trade back that kill and as well as get another objective on the board, which is that turret in that bottom side. But that instantly gets traded back as well by Team Inisikiboo because they're able to get that mid-side turret. And it's going to be very important for them as that mid-side turret means that they are going to have a bit more dominance and pressure when it comes down to those side lanes.
Yep, definitely, right? More space to play around with. And it's not looking good here for Team Dr. MLBB. Why? They have such an early game composition that I feel like they have not exploited, right? They have 2 assassins, sure, they got 6 skills, but looking at the map here, it's actually Team Inisikiboo in the advantage. Now, Bloody Hunt connects, suppression as well. A Billiard will not be able to survive there in that mid lane, in that river. YL, my goodness, barely escaped with that last quad shadow, but take a look at Dr. MLBB with the final blow. Will be able to bait. Oh my god, perfect, beautiful hook. YL now forced to jump in as well, finds the shutdown here for Leslie. It's going to be another kill here secured. Inisikiboo will not be able to survive that one.
Wow, and he gets a triple kill on top of that. Sure, he gets taken down, but he's able to trade it back for 2 more members. 4 members taken down from Team Inisikiboo with all 3 members from Team Dr. MLBB still up, and it seems like they are going to be able to rush the Lord, but they do have the Retribution battle. It doesn't look like Team Inisikiboo has anything to say against this right now. It's going to be an uncontested Lord for Dr. MLBB here in the 9th minute of the game.
Brilliant calculations from the Benedetta. Dr. MLBB there, sacrificing himself. So let's take a look at the replay, shall we here, right? YL jumps in, gets the Farsa with that last quad shadow. The hook, though, is deadly here, right? Finds Dr. MLBB, but it does not matter. He finds the triple, and it's practically wiped out. Gets a free Lord. And let's see here, the defense from Inisikiboo. This is where I feel like Farsa needs to position himself very, very effectively here. No wasted feather airstrike. Let's see here the execution from both teams.
Ooh, concealed play already being picked up here by Team Dr. MLBB, and you can see them coming down hard on to Team Inisikiboo. Kelping, Inisikiboo gets taken down, Feather Airstrike gets opened up, puts a lot of damage on to Picky Ping as she is going to be forced to back away. That Lord is going to be taken care of, but at what cost? They're going to be able to get a turret there in the mid side. They're looking for the second, but I don't think they should commit onto this right now. But look at this. Dr. MLBB goes in with the damage coming in onto Reject, being able to zone them out, put some damage there in that mid side, but still going to be able to be defended.
Yeah, again, let's item update, right? Items update here. Brody has the Heptases, has the Malefic Roar. So if we're talking about penetration, he has that already. He is ready for war. What he's waiting for is a good opening, perhaps from that Franco or even from Hilda, which he will follow up. Because right now, it is actually not the Brody who has the most gold. It's going to be the Hayabusa. So keep an eye on YL as he has secured Malefic and Hunter Strike as well. On his way towards, oh my god, he is on his way towards Rose Gold here, it seems like. So he wants damage, but he also wants security. I feel like that is a little bit very, very respect item. So we'll see here, will it come to fruition?
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of respect coming through. You can see the damage go through, but the suppression hits. And it's not going to be able to take him down. Death Sonata going to be opened up as well. Shadow kill onto the back line. The damage does come through, but no casualties just yet from the side of Team Inisikiboo. A lot of resources already wasted though. And very interestingly enough, 24 seconds left for the next Lord to spawn. The one thing that I really found interesting in terms of those items was Farsa, right? After the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, she instantly went for the Divine Glaive, even despite that no one from the side of Dr. MLBB has actually gone for any magic defense.
And perhaps that should be their next agenda here. What I really love about Dr. MLBB as well, right? Take a look at this guy, right? He is occupying that bot lane, constantly pressuring that inner turret bot side, which also creates Team Inisikiboo needs to fall back and retreat and clear that bot side, which gives space in that top area. Let's see though, Retribution battle, perhaps YL now will secure. No, it's gonna be the Farsa, and take a look at Team Inisikiboo with the comeback, finding 3 kills. YL gets stunned up, and he will fall as well, as Olivia will find the triple. Dr. MLBB, the last man standing.
Very, very unfortunate here for Team Dr. MLBB. They set it up for that Lord very well, but they weren't able to get the team fight nor the Lord itself. That's going to be an enhanced Lord in the hands of Team Inisikiboo, with 4 members taken down. And look at the pressure that they have opted to go for. The suppression hits, for the airstrike gets opened up. He is going to be able to bounce around for the moment, buy some more time for his team to come back into the Land of Dawn, but the torn apart memory is going to be able to take him down, Gani.
Oh my goodness, good siege, but great defense there, solo defense. Dr. MLBB needs to pay for his life, but he managed to clear the mid side. Now top side, Lord is charging. Lord is a menace now. They need to take care of that, but the base turret here in the top side will be taken out. So it's gonna be pressure now, right? 1 base turret down. Team Inisikiboo will take the 2nd base turret here, most likely in that mid side. It's going to be very hard for Team Dr. MLBB to somehow withstand the pressure. They're now behind 5,000 gold here, almost 15 minutes mark. It's going to be all around win for the side of Team Inisikiboo for these couple of previous trades.
Yeah, so much pressure from them right now. They have all the space in the world with 2 inhibitor turrets already taken down for them to utilize against Team Dr. MLBB. But remember, oh, wait a minute. Concealed play gonna come through here. You can see the suppression landing onto the Kaja. Desanada opened up, but look at Dr. MLBB going able to go into the back line. Torn apart memory gonna be able to take Chichi Billiard down. They're gonna go for more here as the land does not hit on to Dr. MLBB, Gani.
He does not care, right? Dr. MLBB 1v5ing practically there, and he survives, wasting a couple of resources here, but now 5v4. Let's see the offense. Will they force this out? Reject now half HP. They're going for the base. Real world population. Game 1. Who will it be? Backside as well. Pickiping gets taken out. The base is quite low, and there you go. Team Inisikiboo will find game 1.
Congratulations, they are going to be able to lead the series. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. Team Inisikiboo, although they're able to lead the series, the rival team, the opponent team, they do still have a chance. Dr. MLBB still does have a chance to come back. So no time for celebration just yet. They need to reset, and they need to replicate their success there from game number 1.
A very, very good display there from Team Inisikiboo, which their draft, right, in hindsight, yeah, very, very practical. They held the Farsa, which, remember, not a magic worship, right? He opted for a, or she opted for the magic discount, right? So it's going to be very interesting that it's actually translated very well. It has translated very well. Whereas the more balanced, I might say, composition failed to create success here. 2 marksmen, 1 Farsa there in their lineup. It's just so heavy. Franco there did a lot in that game as well.
Yeah, really good pick-off, really good setup for the war as well, giving them a little bit more of an advantage in those team fights. As now we're going to take a look at the post-game item builds for both of the teams. And you can even see from here the goal disparity that occurred, right? Brody, the carry for the team, already at 11,000 compared to the Leslie Pikiping, who was still at 8,000. A 2,000 gold difference is more or less 1 or 2 item difference as well.
And if you notice, right, from the early game, the gold lane has just been farming, right? The action was more towards that mid and towards that bot side, where both gold laners actually were had a lot of space to farm, but it was actually the Brody who has the advantage gold-wise in that state, right? He has the more gold, and it feels like it translates towards that items, which of course translate towards pickoffs, towards fights as well, but they are more comfortable, where they are more confident in looking for fights with that Franco as well. 15 assists to his name out of 18 total kills. That is more than enough to create a dub, to enable the team. And there you go. It's a very comfortable lead here. Comfortable win from Team Inisikiboo.
I mean, initially, it really wasn't, right? Because we mentioned this in the early game. They were behind with a hefty amount of gold there, especially with the jungle matchup, right? The Granger versus the Hayabusa. Hayabusa is going to be able to rotate a lot better. We saw that the Granger was punished severely in that early game, even behind 1 or 2 levels in that jungle position. Whereas in the mid game, things started to change. And this is when I saw the power spikes coming from Team Inisikiboo starting to really hit, right? And you can see as well here in the post-game stats, the damage dealt coming in from the Farsa. Finally, she got that power spike. She dealt a lot of damage, and not one member from Team DrMlBB actually built magic defense. So these small differences in these items, it's important in those team fights. They didn't respect the magic output, and we saw that actually make an issue for Team MLBB when they went in for those team fights. The Leslie was severely outranged. She couldn't deal out the damage that she was supposed to, and that is actually reflected on the stats as well. Only 23,819 damage compared to the other members of her team.
Yeah, I'm talking about still with the numbers, right? doktermlbb solo carrying there, almost 50,000 gold. It's going to be Olivia Gosandra who takes the MVP. That Farsa Eterna, the magic discount, the discount that you doubted, has actually created the most impact in this game.
Definitely. Like we mentioned, the Farsa was able to get that power spike a lot earlier because of the choice of emblem. She doesn't go for extra damage, and it didn't have a consequence at the end of the day, because like we mentioned before, the opposing team, they didn't build magic defense, so all that damage came through, even with the Divine Glaive there at the 3rd item. After that, towards the Immortal, didn't even need the Holy Crystal at that point. The damage was already there, and severely so that just the Feather Airstrike alone was a huge issue for the opposing team.
And it's visible in that game. Well, let's take a look at the replay here. Yeah, early game, it was quite sure. I feel like Team doktermlbb has that gold lead, but it's quite flippy-floppy, right? I mean, here and there, Inisikiboo gets a win multiple times as well during trades, during fights. And in this game, it was actually just doktermlbb. I feel like Loki playing alone. I don't really want to say that, but he played alone mostly, right? It's evident that actually the other teammates weren't able to follow him up. And meanwhile, Team Inisikiboo, they were just in sync. More in sync, more especially in this turnaround game here, right? They got the practical wipeout, they got the Lord, and after that, it was just momentum on their side.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That was the Lord fight where they actually set up first, but they lost the Lord to the Farsa. Even Inisikiboo was eliminated after that. He wasn't able to put that retribution down on time. And afterwards, it was just a landslide. You can see the Brody, like we mentioned, even though they were behind in that early game, he just kept farming. So that early game damage from the Brody was also a huge issue for Team doktermlbb. They had a little bit of an oversight, didn't punish the Brody enough as well. And there you have it. Game number 1 for Team Inisikiboo.
Game number 1 for Inisikiboo, but you mentioned earlier the job is not done. We still need another win. So let's see the adjustments, right? From the side of Team Dr. MLBB, they need to just have more chemistry, I feel like, in the second game. So I need to see instant change in that department if they really want to force a game 3. Meanwhile, from Inisikiboo, game 2, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't. They need to add a little more spice there, have a little more fun, which I feel like they did in game 1. So let's see what will they bring to the table for game 2.
Honestly, I really want to see like these weird picks coming through, right? Because yesterday we saw Jawhead, we saw Eudora. I want to see more of those picks coming through, those signature picks that these players are more familiar with, perhaps. But like you mentioned here, the drafting phase has begun. Not much has changed here. The Melissa, the Wawan, going to be the choice here for Team Dr. MLBB, as both of these teams have opted to swap sides here for the second game. The Minsitar once again being banned, the Glue as well. Are we going to see a respect ban maybe towards the Farsa this time around, maybe forcing Olivia to play something that she's not comfortable with? But the Faramis, once again, the choice here for Team Dr. MLBB. We'll see the last ban here coming in from Inisikiboo.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be the Martis. It is going to be the Martis here. So I feel like a lot of priors, a lot of comfortable heroes here are open. Team Dr. MLBB will secure that joy. Has been open, that has been left open, right? Team Inisikiboo, they saw it coming. They can pick up the Franco again like they did in game 1 to have that insta-lock, right? That deny that joy perhaps entering towards that back line. And perhaps with that Franco, they can add the Farsa that grabbed the MVP from game 1.
All right, so they're going to go for power signature picks now, with the Franco also being locked down for Team Inisikiboo. And what's interesting is with the Joy pickup, right? The Farsa is going to be a little bit more vulnerable than the previous game. Joy is a hero that can instantly dive into the back line, deal out the damage, especially in that mid game when she gets her power spike. They do have a lockdown hero on Franco, but that means that's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Right now here, Team Dr. MLBB going to be choosing once again the Kaja there for the roaming position. Don't think it is going to be flexed out, but do you think that the Joy is going to be in the jungle or in the EXP lane?
At this point, right, I can't really tell. I can go to the EXP. And, I mean, it suits the playstyle of Dr. MLBB, right? Game 1, Benedetta, he likes to go enter 1v4, 1v5 Joy as sort of that typical hero. So perhaps it can go to the hands of Dr. MLBB. But if perhaps YL is also comfortable with that Joy, it can be picked up. But it seems like it's going to be the same 2 picks as game 1, right? The Kaja and that Leslie here, which I feel like in game 1, that Kaja, his impact, or her impact rather, is quite questionable. So perhaps she will adjust to it in game 2. But Inisikiboo here, all comforts, right? Same picks as game 1. Brody, Franco, Arsa, done.
Done, and done indeed here. Now, though, very interesting, right? Because we're wondering, is this Joy going in the jungle position or in the EXP lane? But Team Inisikiboo has a feeling that it might go into the jungle. So we do see a Yuzon being respect banned here away from Team Dr. MLBB, trying to limit the choices for that EXP lane. We do see another respect ban coming through from the opposing team. The Hayabusa going to be taken away. There are a few options if they want to go for different assassins, right? We do still have the Lancelot. We've seen the Lancelot do really well in the pro scene. Still an option for them to pick up. Team Inisikiboo, though, are they going to commit onto the EXP lane bans or not here, right? With the Joy being picked up, it was banned previously in that second phase, hence the early pickup from Team Dr. MLBB. The Yuzong ban, Terizla, Lapu Lapu, once again, though, going to be the choice here for Team Inisikiboo.
Yeah, it seems like no respect towards that Benedetta, right? It's a potential pick as well for the left side here for Dr. MLBB to pick up. So it's just inisikiboo. They do not like facing the Lapu and the Yuzong because also it adds more pressure towards that far side. You mentioned that Joy can enter that back line with also perhaps that Lapu and Yuzong. That Farsa is just uncomfortable positioning in that mid game towards that late. So might as well, right, take it away. But Team Dr. MLBB are banning out to Assassins. Quick response, though. It's going to be the Hilda pickup.
This is exactly the same. The exact
Yep.
same lineup here for Team inisikiboo, right? With the Hilda going into that EXP lane, presumably. And Team Dr. MLB, they're the ones that are shaking things up a bit. But like you mentioned, the Benedetta still left open here for Dr. MLBB to pick up. He's going to do that once again. The Yves is going to be the choice once again as well, which means that the Joy is going in the jungle. And as a response, Team inisikiboo, without the option to be able to pick up the Hayabusa, the Granger, as well taken out, they're going to pick up the Akai.
You're gonna pick the Kai. So apart from Joy and Akai, it's basically the same draft, right? And apart from the junglers, rather, right? All the gold laners same, roamers same as game one as well, the mid lane as well. So it's gonna be very interesting. It's like a repeat of what happened in game one, apart from that jungler, because in that game, in game one, was the Hayabusa, and one hero was played as well there. I couldn't put my mind to it. What was the other jungler? I forgot, Eterna.
Granger.
Granger. Yeah, you're right. Apart from Granger and Hayabusa, we're gonna see the same game. Perhaps same game plan as well here in game two. So before that, let's just jump into the Land of Dawn here real quick.
Yes, game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, between Team inisikiboo as well as Dr. MLBB. Remember, Team inisikiboo is leading 1-0 in this full best of 3. We'll see exactly how game number 2 pans out with, like you mentioned, the exact same rosters except for the junglers. And what we can say right now is that Team Dr. MLBB, though, they've drafted themselves quite an interesting matchup, right? I mean, the Leslie has the range to be able to output the damage, but her damage in that early game is very scarce, little to nothing without the item. So Brody should be able to have a better time when he gets that power spike because he does have better base damage. In the bottom side here, the EXP lane, very interesting. The Benedetta going to be able to clear a lot faster. You can see instant rotations here. They're already good aggressive play in that mid side.
Oh my god, the hook lands onto his Dr. MLBB and say bye-bye to that guy. Team inisikiboo picks up the first blood. And to add to that, what you mentioned, right? Yeah, Leslie, early game, not much damage, especially if you compare to Brody, which has quite a lot of damage, right? In that early game. So if you can see the play, Leslie is the ones who a little bit shy going into the area of the Brody now, especially with Franco in the Brody side. It's going to be very interesting. But bot side here, heavy spin doesn't really connect.
Yeah, heavy spin doesn't connect just yet there in that mid side as they are going to be looking for something to trade on the map. Team Dr. MLBB trying to replicate the same success there in the top side, but they're only able to put Kelping down just a little bit in terms of that HP, put some pressure onto him, but they're going to be able to clear without an issue. Meanwhile, that rotation going to be wasted because Team inisikiboo, meanwhile, already focused on the neutral objective, which is that turtle. They're going to be able to have that to their advantage. And they are going to be leading in a 1,000 gold lead here in the second minute of the game.
1,000 gold lead here, but it seems like they have a slight compensation, right? Dr. MLBB invaded the orange buff of Team inisikiboo, so they picked up something for that turtle, right? It doesn't really favor them, but at least they got something here. Helping here plays a very good 1v1 there, managing the minions here to manipulate the minions to land on his side. It's going to be 2v2, 4v2 potentially here very soon. Let's see the engage here, perhaps from Dr. MLBB.
This is a four-man rotation from Team Dr. MLBB to the top side. Are they going to be able to get what they came for here? Oh, there you go. Billiard goes in very aggressively, but it actually is going to be caught out by Team Reject. He's going to be taken out. You can see that the torn apart memory going to be able to take Chichi Billiard away. Feather Airstrike opened up, only able to zone out Team Dr. MLBB's members away. But that is a 1-for-0 trade in that top side.
Again, somehow a waste of rotations, right? Kaja burnt the flicker. It seems like here nothing much going on for Dr. MLBB. Team inisikiboo though picked up a 2 kills, and oh my goodness, almost a steal there. But it seems like here Team inisikiboo in game 2 also somehow waiting here patiently. But Chichibliard opens up rather uniquely, but no engages. Oh, I might be wrong. Heavy spin connecting on towards 1YL. No follow-up damage there. No casualties just yet.
That was a really good pin. That was a really good heavy spin. Unfortunately, no follow-up like you mentioned there, but they didn't connect onto it. I guess they do have other things in mind, like securing the orange buff before it gets taken away from them, like it was before. So now, both of these teams are going to start centering around the next neutral objective with the Lord. We'll see how this pans out.
Let's see here, an engage, wings by wings, popped there by Olivia, the MVP of game 1. It's going to be a comfortable turtle take. Chichi Billiard taking a lot of damage, torn apart memory popped, and he will not fall just yet. It's going to be the Franco taken out, Kelping falls as well, and it's going to be inisikiboo now, losing control, 4-man taken down, and Dr. MLBB wins the fight, gets the mid, and claims control.
Very intense game team fight there, right? 1-for-4 trade, very worth it for Team Dr. MLBB, despite the fact that they had to lose the turtle in the process. But when it matches up, when you count the advantage of the economy, that's 300 gold for 4 kills. So definitely worth it for Team Dr. MLBB right now as we take a look into the items here. And what's very interesting that we haven't mentioned is the choice of emblem from the Joy, right? Because Joy Jungle, they usually go for the mystery shop to be able to get around quicker, but the suppress hits, lands, the pin does as well, and on top of that, a flame shot from all the way down under from Olivia Gosandra, going to be able to get that kill on to Dr. MLBB.
A different side here from Dr. MLBB, Chichi Billiard. Soaks in a lot of damage, still survives though. Reject with the hook flicker, finds Leslie, and 15 seconds he will go down now. Seems like Team inisikiboo now looking for the reclaim, finds the mid side as well. Oh, that hook barely misses, but that is a dub for Team inisikiboo.
Beautiful, beautiful hook, right? Because if you look at the composition that Team inisikiboo went for, they don't exactly have a rusher into the back line, seeing as the Hilda has been more busy on taking and claiming these turrets in the side lanes, right? Not very into the team fights, doesn't really respond into the team fights as well. So the only person to be able to do that is either the range and the damage coming in from Olivia with the Feather Airstrike, as well as the hooks coming in from Reject. And somehow it connects, and somehow Leslie always gets punished for it. And with that in mind, Team inisikiboo, like you mentioned, has reclaimed the control. They have more space, and they also have more gold on the board. And once again, this is going to be the third turtle that both of these teams are going to be able to fight for. Brody, meanwhile, in the top side, not going to be able to do much, but look at this.
Well, Franco gets a turtle. Real world revelation as well here. Dr. MLBB looking for a flank. Reject, petrified, and gets taken out. inisikiboo now, the next target. Suppression connects, and he will fall as well. YL still wants more here. Trying to find Olivia, and with that final snipe, she will be taken out, and it's going to be the inner turret now, costing them, just taken out as well here. Dr. MLBB now, it's a back and forth action-packed game here in second game. May turn up.
Yeah, very back and forth. Even though Team Dr. MLB was able to get 3 members from the side of Team inisikiboo, Team inisikiboo still claims that gold lead as we take a look at the items here. Does anything stand out to you in particular here, Gani?
You know what? Respect, all right? I feel like respect is the key, and Athena here, insta-build by that Franco. But take a look at the mid-side reject here, forced to use that flicker defensively, misses the hook, and suppression connects. Reject now will be his main target. He will still survive. How long though? Reject gets taken out. Keeping though will fall as well. 3 members taken out. It's gonna be 2-4-3. Helping the next casualty as well, as Dr. MLBB and YL will be the last 2 men standing for the left side.
That was a 4v5 team fight, and they lost, right? 3 members taken down. Meanwhile, Hilda's still going to be able to munch on those turrets in that bottom side. Team Dr. MLBB, they have to be careful. They're grouping up as 5. They're losing turrets on the side. And in the end, it could cost them a backdoor kind of situation here, right? Dr. MLBB, he's very aggressive. He likes those team fights. And because of that, they've actually been able to capitalize over that fact, right? That's synonymous to him. He's very aggressive. But all the while, Hilda, he's just chilling in the bottom side, munching on those turrets. And once again, though, different story here. 4v5 team fight.
Oh my god, GG now taken out here by Kelping. YL rather, will find a kill as well in that backside. Important kill on towards the marksman. Picking low HP. Needs to reposition, but YL will survive as well. And it's going to be 1-for-1 favoring the side of Dr. MLBB as he is hovering around, looking for an opening, finds a final blow as well. Will look for Olivia, will not find it, but inisikiboo will fall in the process.
Oh my god, 2 members taken down. Perfectly timed, as unlike the Hilda, even though the Hilda does have the ability to roam around the map fast, the Benedetta is just a lot quicker, right? She responded to the team fight really quickly, was able to help out with those kills as well, and now they do have more of the space to be able to get this Lord. Seeing as inisikiboo is taken down, they have 0 retribution options right now. They're gonna try and maybe contest with just damage alone.
Man, it's uncontested, and it seems like you're right. Dr. MLBB is not afraid to contest or fight, exploiting with the damage, right? I mean, I bet Leslie now has, I feel like, almost 3 items, so that's more than enough. There you go. Perfect timing. I was wrong. 2 items here, almost. Not 3, but that item, BOD, though, it's going to be very, very critical, I might say, here in the coming siege, because with BOD in hand, Leslie will, and I mean this literally, will give damage right towards that side. It's going to be very hard for Franco to peel that sort of damage here very, very soon. So they need to think about this. That hook needs to land on Leslie if they want to turn things around.
Yep, and on cue, Peeping securing that BOD with that double Legion sword already bought for her in that item build. But like you mentioned, right, they now need to have a little bit more answers to the strength in the back line of Team Dr. MLBB, because that's what they're going for, right? With Peeping in the back line, Yves as well, that's a lot of damage, and that's a lot of utility as well coming in from Zero. She already has the Ice Queen wand, which means that she's going to have a lot more slow when it comes down to those team fights, a lot more slow, a lot more say for the Yves. They have to be careful in maneuvering around this right now, and they need to be more aware on the way that they go in for those side lanes, right? The Benedetta already trying to push out as well, learning and adapting to the mistakes that was made in the earlier moments of the game, as the Benedetta was more focused on the team fights, kind of ignored those side lanes, and that allowed Luo to have a little bit more advantage in that bottom lane. But looking into the items once again here, right, you can see here with the glowing wand already built in from the Yves as well, these frontliners that they have, like the Akai, the Hilda, as well as the Franco, they need to be careful. They need to start respecting the damage coming in from the Yves, because even though the Yves isn't as flashy as something like the Farsa, that damage per second from the utility and bursts that she has, it's gonna have an impact on Team inisikiboo as Chichibila goes in with the flicker.
Well, on towards Luo though. Zero here in the backside will soak a lot of damage. Dr. MLB will fall. Chichi Blair as well. 2 men down. It's going to be traded back for Olivia. So it's a 2-1, but it's still favoring Team Inisikiboo. Take a look at the time clock now, right? 18 seconds. They might take this advantage and take the Lord. Zero time, right? Team Inisikiboo now invading the jungles here. So it's going to be very, very hard here for Dr. MLBB to regroup as the inner turret in the top side will fall as well. Man, game 2, very intense, very heated.
This is, yeah, way more heated, way more back and forth than game number 1. There was a point in game number 1 where things were quite equal, but this is on a different level. But oh my god, the hook lands as well as the suppression, and Zero E goes down first. But the airstrike opened up, but the damage coming in from Piki Ping is a lot. And they're not going to be able to kite away from that this time around. Olivia, as well as Kelping, going to be able to be taken down. It was traded back for Chichi Billiard, and that is a 2 for 2. But remember, the Lord is on the way. Who was it worth it for, Gani?
I gotta say, it's worth it towards Dr. MLBB, right? Without the Farsa, without the Brody, it just relieves off much pressure for their side, considering that they also need to take care of the Lord. So a very somehow a gambly play here. The hook lands onto the right target, but the backup though, take a look at that Joy right in the back lines, finding Olivia. The damage was just more than enough to take him down. A misposition there from that Brody there in the front side, which exploited by the side of Team Dr. MLBB, and it's a 2 for 2. Now the Lord will be somehow a free Lord here for Dr. MLBB to take care of, but Inisikiboo might beg to differ here. It seems like they will still siege.
Yeah, might say otherwise here. Concealed play. Oh my god! And the hook lands, sorry, once again on to Piki Ping. The first one to fall again in the team fights. Torn apart memory as well as the feather airstrike damage takes Dr. MLBB down. And this has just been an amazing game for the Franco. Every time they go for in a team fight, the main source of damage, Piki Ping, goes down first, and that gives Team Inisikiboo so much advantage when it comes down to these 5v4 situations. And you can see now the siege happening here. The hook lands once again. How are you doing this, Reject? It's not supposed to work like that. Feather airstrike opened up once again. YL trying her best to be able to conclude the siege from Team Inisikiboo. It does seem like Team Inisikiboo are low, but the suppression hits once again. YL gonna be taken down. A shutdown here for the Brody. Piki Ping goes in with a flicker play. Very risky. Gets taken down. The heavy spin as well onto 2 members. But at the end of the day, it is gonna be another win for Team Inisikiboo, which means that is a 2-0 clean sweep. And unfortunately, Dr. MLBB must say goodbye.
Oh, what a game from both teams, but it seems like that hook, well, the Lance hook, quoted by Eterna there. It's done, right? Signed, sealed, and delivered there. Inisikiboo finds the win, 2-0, and boy, oh boy, what a win, all right? It's a back and forth game. It's very, very interesting to see them competing in the grand finals, right? Reject, Franco, man, nobody can stop this guy.
Nobody can. He needs to be respect banned in the next match. But now we're going to take a look at the interview for the winning team here from Nevin. But wow, you know, Gani, what's very interesting?
Yeah.
This is a full 2-0. We have not seen a game that goes full best of 3.
Nope. Yesterday was a 2-0, 2-0. And it seems like the trend continues. Will it continue though? But it's gonna be a well, it's a respect, right? It's a send-off for Team Dr. MLBB here, who gave their best.
Banyak ya pastinya. Terus aku pengen nanya mungkin ke
All right, so it seems like nerves got them, right? Got the one of the players as well, and it seems like here, oh yeah, it's they just show that they are nervous in that game, and perhaps that is the case because it seems like the display, the execution from the side of inisikiboo. Yeah, that's the word, right? Challenging, right? Challenging, nerve-wracking. Team inisikiboo, effortless series there. It seems like.
Okay, so in the interview, Nevin also asked, who do you think was the most annoying from Team Inisikibu? And they answered that Brody was. Brody was the main core of the team, but they weren't able to take him down, and therefore the damage just went through, and that was it. Very interesting.
That was Team Dr. MLBB. So in a bit, we are going to inform you something. All right, so stay tuned. All right. So if we're talking about the item build, right, it's just a towards the end, especially, it was a one-sided win, right, with the items that they got. With the Heptases, Brody got BOD, Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, and as well as that Silence Robe. So it says that he still respects the physical damage with the Wind of Nature, and he is also on his way to respecting that physical damage, right? That joy can be an instant nuisance, but it seems like doesn't really matter because the others were able to cover him most of the time, especially the Franco. He did a lot, right? 13 assists. Again, Olivia got 10 assists as well. Reject. Man, oh man. Watch out for this guy in the grand finals.
Yeah, man, he was a menace, right? He was a complete menace. But of course, before they go into the grand finals, they gotta win the final lower bracket first, Connie. So, let's rein it in a little bit. But yes, coming back
Sorry.
into the item builds, right? Like we mentioned
Excited.
before, I think respect was very important from game number 1. In game number 2, they didn't have as much respect. And even on team Inisikibu, the Brody was on the way to the magic defense, perhaps maybe an Athena shield there, because we saw the robe coming in magic defense against the Joy, as well as of course the Yves there. But even despite without even like building it full, they were still able to win it. And looking at the post-game stats, you can see the carry and the rich guy was actually the Joy, so it's quite sad.
Aw, yeah, I mean, the Joy did a lot in that game, right? The jungler YL, he targeted the right people, right? He targeted Farsa multiple times, gets the kill as well. But it seems like it's not enough, right? Again, Kaja was low-key irrelevant. But in this game, it's going to be the Reject here. Finally, getting some recognition, getting the MVP, landing multiple important hooks, flashy hooks as well. And boy, this guy, again, was unstoppable.
He truly was. The hooks were... It reminded me of Vin. Okay, he always landed the hooks at the right time, perfectly timed, and everyone was collapsing at the same time as well. So other than really good initiation coming from Franco, the synergy from the other members of the team were definitely evident as well as compared to the opposing team, which is Team Dr. MLBB. And taking a look at the replay, right, we saw exactly what he was able to do. Very interestingly though, in the early start of the game, we could see that Dr. MLBB, they had a lot to say as well. The problem is, I do believe is the targeting from the Kaja, Goni.
Yeah, the targeting from Kaja, right? His divine judgment was somehow questionable here, especially here targeting Luo. Sure, at the end of the day, they got a couple of kills, but it wasn't prime priority, right? With that said, here again, a perfect hook, even though it was very, very messy in this fight. Picky Ping was just free hitting in that backside. But it was just, again, discipline here, right? Finding the hook on towards Leslie. Again, showing why Reject is great, right? Or more than great in this game, impactful. And towards the end, it was them just more outman here, right? They got the advantage, the man advantage, and they take care of that, right? They just went in for the base.
Yeah, that was such a good team fight by Team Inisikiboo in both of the games, honestly, as we already had an interview with, unfortunately, the losing team, Team Dr. MLBB. We are now going to go into the interview with Team Inisikiboo with Nevin, the winning team here. Let's see what she's going to ask.
Diarahin seperti itu. Emang IGL-nya siapa? IGL-nya siapa nih? Kibo.
So Nevin is saying and asking who is the in-game leader or the IGL. It turns out it's Kibo, the one talking right now. And they are mentioning that they do practice a lot as well at Brawl. And we're talking about the Hilda in that previous game who was very focused on his lane. Oh, and now Nefin is explaining that this team has already been gifted 1,000 USD for being the loser of the group winner. So already having some prizes, awards already given as well here. And that is the interview for the winners. That is a lot of money, Gani. What would you do with $1,000?
I don't know. I might buy a house, honestly, right? $1,000. Buy a house instantly. 3 houses, perhaps.
3
right?
houses.
So, again. So before we enter a breaker, let's take a look at the brackets how we turn up.
Yes, we are going to take a look at the brackets already. How many matches are we on to? The 4th match already 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and our 4th match, our first match of today was also 2-0, which means that Team Inisikiboo is going to advance into the semi-final lowers, going against Ibnuwardani, and whoever wins that one is going straight into the grand finals, where coachtezet is waiting and watching and observing and analyzing his foes.
Wow, that is a very scary opponent. Right, but on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short return. Take
Stay tuned, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to WCG Rivals, or the World Cybers Games Rivals 2. Remember, sponsored by Smilegate Stove as well as TikTok. Back on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, as well as Gani, as we are once again going to accompany you throughout the entirety of today. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 was done and dusted, and it was Team Kibo, inisikiboo, was able to win 2-0. They are now going to advance to the second match of today, the final lower bracket, with, of course, Team Ibnu already waiting for them in this best of 3. Don't forget to follow us on TikTok at WCG Official Channel as well as wcg.idn.official, as we are going to take a look at the host here, Gani.
Now, back with Nevin here, it seems like, right? It's going to be the lower bracket. Let's take a look at Team Ibnuwardani after taking an L against Team Tezet yesterday. Seems like they are ready. And take a look at Ibnuwardani, right? So confident, easy win, it seems like.
Very confident, and they like to call this team the team of verified checklists, right? They have the most checklists on their team. Remember, they're content creators. They also have Colius on their team. He's amazing with his gameplay. He's amazing with his analysis, and he's also a caster. So there's Team Ibnu with Boba, Z, Valo, Colius as well. We're also going to welcome the second team on stage once again. We saw them already before, but they're coming back once again with a vengeance to be able to make it into the grand finals. It's Team Inisikiboo.
Well, it seems like Team Inisikiboo will be back, right? With that momentum earlier. Perhaps they will shake things up against Team Ibnuwardani. And take a look at the style. Take a look at the poses. Sure, they don't got a tab to write easy win, but that really speaks confidence.
Yeah, very confident, very stylish from both of these teams. We are going to have a short interview here with Nevin, and first of all, with Team Ibnu. They are going to be asking, what do you think? What's the rating? What do you think of the gameplay from Team Inisikiboo? And it seems like Coach Ibnu says 10 out of 10.
Okay, so with the respect, even though he wrote easy win. Okay. All right, so Nevin asked Ibnu, will it be a 2-0? Ibnu says it won't be. It will be 2-0. Oh my god. So they're just bantering right at this point, Eterna. They're just having laughs. They're just confident with their own team, showing banters here and there. It seems like a lot of fun though.
Super fun. Everything is getting much more heated here because remember, whoever loses between these two teams, they're unfortunately gonna have to say goodbye to their grand final slot, I suppose. And what's interesting is Olivia is saying that she's going to change roles once again. So previously she was a roamer. She used the Johnson in that previous game that we saw earlier. Today, though, she swapped into that mage position, that mid lane position, picking up the Farsa. And she says she's going to go back with the Johnson, Gani.
It's going to be crazy then, right? It's going to be crazy seeing Olivia playing the Johnson again. Again with the banters here, Eterna, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just banters here from the two teams. Both teams looking, eyeing for that grand final spot, right? So let's see here what will happen to the match. Best of three.
Once again, a best of three between both of these teams. We heard what they were able to say. Both teams are very confident that they will be the winner. 2-0 once again. And, that's kind of been the trend that we've observed throughout this tournament, right? From the first day, full 2-0 clean sweeps. Today, match number 1 was also a 2-0. So coming to this next best of three, Gani, personal opinion, is it going to be a 2-0
You know what?
again?
Follow the trend, right? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Let's just go and 2-0. But what's this, Eterna? What do we got?
We got a voting event for those of you who are watching right now. So don't forget to watch this tournament with a TikTok, because we also have a WCG 2023 Open qualifier. So if you think you guys have what it takes to be able to win a total prize of 40,000 USD, go ahead and sign up, right? Because the sign up schedule is from May 1st to May 19th. You guys still have 5 more days, and you guys have a chance to win all those prizes. And coming back into the voting event that we saw earlier, right? You guys do have an opportunity to get an MLBB skin code that you guys can win through a lottery. That, that list of skins, that could be yours if you want. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the team lineup here, the official team lineup for Team Ibnu. We have Ibnu himself, Boba, Z, Valo69, as well as Colius, and their respective signature heroes.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see the mix. But let's talk about the team that just got the dub earlier, right? Inisikiboo, Luo, Reject, Kelping, and as well as Olivia Gosandra. So again, still with their, I might say with their main 5, because they just got the win. With that momentum here, right? They should be able to have that advantage. Again, let's remind you guys at home regarding the prize pool. 24,000 big G's, Eterna, in total.
Yeah, big G's, not little, right? Big G's, total 24,000, and whoever wins the finals, they're going to be able to get their hands on 15,000 USD on top of all the amount of cash that they were able to win in that awarding ceremony earlier, Gani.
Man, that's a lot, right? Again, with just 1,000, I might just buy 3 houses. So with if you win this whole tournament, 15,000, my goodness, 15 grand US dollar. That's a lot of money. So guys, let's support WCG. So again, perhaps next year, right, you might participate through the open qualifiers, or you might get a chance to win their campaigns perhaps. So again, just support this event, so perhaps next year it will come through again.
Come through again, offline for everyone as well, as we are now going to see the conditions of the players. They're looking a little bit nervous here. They understand what's at stake. We saw previously already the prize pool as well, right? Who wants to lose 24 grand? That's a lot of money. How many skins can I buy with that? Oh my god, I can go in for those events in the game and get so many skins, Gani.
You can buy every skin within the game, all right? With that sort of money, what is skins, right? What are skins, right? You can just grab it, right? So again, both teams, you're looking focused, looking nervous, but I feel like it's just focused, right? They're in the zone right now, waiting, and just can't wait to enter that line of dawn.
Gani can't wait. Bang Bang is back.
Eterna will always wait. Bang Bang is back. What?
What? But yeah, coming to the backgrounds of these players, right? Once again, this is a team comprised of, content creators. But what was crazy is, Reject, right? He's from Team Inisikiboo. He was the one that was playing the Franco. It turns out his role is actually a roamer. He's a roamer main. And he makes a lot of content on TikTok as well. He creates tutorials on the TikToks. He gives descriptions, how-tos, tutorials, more information on that as well. So he has a lot of, I would say, knowledge about the game, Gani.
You know what? I'm sorry, right? Coleus. He's basically reading his book so that the camera will not show his lips, basically, right? So we don't. He does not want us to lip read his facials. I feel like
The question is, can you lip read, Gunny?
I am very good at lip reading. Thank you very much, Eterna, for asking.
Okay, so we saw like a side shot, right? We saw a side shot. We could see his lips moving. What was he saying?
What was he saying is, man, I can't say anything. No. I can't think of anything. Rather, yeah.
Okay, it's a secret. It's a secret. Okay, Gani also does not want to, spoil the fun, right? He wants to leave things as a surprise. So we're gonna wait on the surprise. What exactly are the tactics or the strategies that they have in store for us, especially for Team Inisikiboo as well? Because, when we were watching that first match, Team Inisikiboo, they really seemed like they had the synergy, they had the chemistry. They're really into their signature heroes as well. So I'm wondering, with the analytical prowess that Coleus has, right? Do you think he's gonna ban out the Franco this time around? Take it away from Reject, make things a little bit more equal in the Land of Dawn.
They might actually, right? They might ban out that Franco because it is proven 2 games that Franco by Reject was annoying, was a nuisance. So perhaps Coleus might just, you know what? You're a little bit too comfortable on that Franco, my guy. Let me take that out for you in this current match because we also want to have that rematch against the Tezet team, right? So perhaps Coleus, I feel like he will ban Franco in that first phase.
Oh, without the Franco, what exactly is Reject gonna be picking up, right? I mean, there are a few heroes that are similar to the Franco. You do still have maybe something like the Selena. I don't know if that's within his, build right now. I mean, the Kaja is also an option. I'm quite excited to see things, shake up a little bit because, for the first match, we saw the exact same heroes come through. I want to see something crazy. Maybe pull out something like Delilah. What do you think about that, Gunny?
Layla, wow, that's a reach, right? Perhaps that might be the case, but Layla, sure. You know what? It's why not? The first game is a best of 3s, so lose a game, does it really matter? You can come back in the second game and the third game. Yeah, but I do agree on your point, right? Bring something crazy, bring something fun, and just bring your A game. Meanwhile, having fun.
Exactly, right? Because, as much competition there is in the tournament that we're actually observing right now, it all comes back down to fun, right? Content creators, they know exactly how to have fun. They create amazing content, they engage with the viewers, and we're also getting that sort of gameplay as well coming through into the Land of Dawn. But we are moments away of coming to the drafts, and this is where things start, right? Lose the draft and there is a huge possibility that you could lose the game.
This is the chess match, where this chess match begins, right? So let's see here. Coleus with his experience, will he be able to somehow lead this team here of ibnuwardani and bring his taste and as well as knowledge into the game, as well as we are about to enter the drafts here for game 1 between Team ibnuwardani as well as Team Inisikiboo.
And there you go, right? Team Ibnu instantly with the Franco and the Farsa take away, respecting it, taking it away from Reject as well as Olivia. And on the flip side, we do have the YSS and the Ling respect ban too. So this isn't a prio ban, this is a respect ban all across the board, with the Veil taken out as well.
Which I'm sure it's also a homework here, perhaps targeted towards Olivia Gazandra, who perhaps Coleus or Team ibnuwardani doesn't really call her bluff, right? Because in the previous interview, Olivia shouted out that she will play Johnson. And it seems like we don't care, we don't want to call out your bluff. let's just still stick with the respects. And Team Inisikiboo will close out their first phases of bans with that 1-1 ban. It's going to be Team ibnuwardani here. I feel like they can pick up the joy without that Franco. It's going to be very hard to lock that hero down. But no, it's going to be the Melissa instead.
Yeah, instantly with the 1-1 taken away, I was like, you know what? Joy sure is open, but Melissa is much more value. She's so meta in this current patch, right? In this current moment, and she's just a little bit too expensive to let go. So they are gonna go for the Melissa first pick, right? She has a lot of damage in the early game as well. Late game, she's insane. AoE, poke, just everything in her kit. And with that, interestingly enough, Inisikiboo goes in for the Estes pick for that roaming position. I don't know if that's the best choice, right? Because obviously, being on someone like the Melissa, you want your opponent to group up as 5, and with the Estes, that's exactly what they're gonna do.
So that's already a somehow questionable approach here, but it seems like, you know what? I got a feeling here, Eterna, right? This Estes will be played by Olivia Gozandra, not by Reject. So Reject will fill another lane. Let's see though, right? I might be wrong. I might be right. Team ibnuwardani will secure the Faramis, and my guess is they can pick up the Joy, but no, it's gonna be the Martis here instead. So what they're saying is, yeah, you're gonna clump up with your Estes. I'm gonna clump up as well with my Cult Altar, and with the additional affair Martis, it can actually contest up neutral objectives as well if you're going up against Fredrin. So very, very, very good, solid drafts here coming from the side of ibnuwardani.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Oh man, they're going in for support versus support with the Faramis as well, like you mentioned before, even topping it up with the Martis as well. I'm not really sure how Team Inisikiboo can actually outdraft them at this point. They're gonna go for the Leslie. It's quite good in the lane. I do suppose that the Leslie does have a little bit of an advantage in terms of that range, but even so, depending on how the Melissa places the muddles, it could be a hard lane for the Leslie, especially in the early game. And the difference between the Leslie and the Melissa is that the Leslie can only target one person at a time, and Melissa's damage is AoE, so they're killing more birds with one stone as compared to the Leslie, even though she does have true damage. But now we're going into the second phase of the drafts. We do see that Team Inisikiboo gonna start with just trying to limit in that EXP lane with the Edith being taken out.
Yeah, it seems like here Inisikiboo did their homework as well, right? With that Edith pick, with that Edith ban, it's just too specific. Perhaps they know something that is going on within Team ibnuwardani here. So Inisikiboo, props for them to somehow do their homework here, right? Team ibnuwardani response here, very, very very, very respect as well. Based on the previous match, Granger was also a problem perhaps for their opponent. So you know what, Team ibnuwardani said, let's just ban it out, take it away. Perhaps they might commit to another jungler ban for that last lot.
Yeah, just take away heroes that they're comfortable with, right? Because, you know, like me, if all my heroes get banned out, I'm forced on something that I'm uncomfortable with. I can't play the game. So maybe that's a strategy that Team Ibnu is going for here. The Granger, remember the Joy as well as the Akai is still open up and available for them to pick up. Perhaps that might be the choice of ban here, but no, they go in for the Valentina instead. Realizing they do have the Faramis on their hands, they don't want extra sustainability because of the Estes already being picked up as well. They don't want more issues. They don't want the Cult Altar to be taken out, so they do ban that instead. Inisikiboo once again going back to their roots with the Hilda for that EXP lane.
And it seems like Luo on that Hilda has only one job and one objective only, right? Just stay in the lane, right? Just clear. He doesn't really rotate much in that early and mid, but in the late game he finds a little bit impact there, right? So his Hilda here, I expect to do the same more or less, just clear the waves. Doesn't really matter. Let's see here the response from the side of Team ibnuwardani. What will they pick up for the last two picks? Oh my god, another support plus the Terzla.
Wow, right? Cult Altar plus the healing coming in, the global healing, I would say, from the Florin is going to add to that sustainability. Charizla, such a monster in the EXP lane as well, is going to be a little bit of a challenge for Team Inisikiboo to be able to win that lane. Like you mentioned, right? Hilda, usually we see the Hilda being picked up to try and put pressure into the jungle, but the way that he plays it is he focuses on the lane. But how do you win a lane against a Charizla? The only thing that they can use to their advantage at this point is the mobility that the Hilda can have, which is exceedingly better than the Charizla, who can't just move around the map as quickly. But you can see here Inisikiboo gonna round up the drafts with a Valir last pick for that mid lane. Not much clear compared to the Faramis. I think this is going to be a challenging draft for Team Inisikiboo.
I'm with you, right? Team Inisikiboo with their drafts very here and there. Sure, they can kite, they can sustain with that Estes, with Leslie in the backside, but it's still a very, very tough matchup if you have to quote-unquote supports, right? With the healing from Florin and the Cult Altar from Faramis is going to be very tricky if you want to out-sustain your opponent. So let's see here. Perhaps the only right approach from the side of Team Inisikiboo is just to find pickoffs. So let's enter game one.
Let's do that right now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 of this full best of 3 series between Inisikiboo as well as Ibnu. We are in the semi-final lower bracket right now. Whoever wins will advance to the finals. Stakes are high. They do want to battle it out to get the best that they possibly can. And, you know, going back into the game, right, we do have a chance to take a look at the emblems as well as the spells. Does anything stand out to you in particular here, Gani?
Something stands out, but it seems like already a quick invade here, right? Approach by the side of Team Coleus and ibnuwardani. But again, emblem-wise, the only thing that is out of the ordinary here, nothing really stood out here. Nothing really stands out. It seems like it's just a normal standard game and standard emblem build. So it's just down to execution again.
Down to execution indeed. And you can see here with the babysitting coming in from the Estes here in the gold lane, it seems like they are going to be able to level things a little bit, right? Give Melissa a little bit more of a hard time because of how Reject has been playing on the Estes.
And again, Luo already munching that that gold shield, right? So as expected, he is just a turret top side, no moving, no mobility, no rotation whatsoever. So let's see here now, with 3 members now in the bot side, will Team ibnuwardani open a fight? But it seems like 10 seconds. Montes needs to rotate top side because Turtle is in the area there.
Yeah, they definitely need to start setting up, right? And obviously, with how much support that the Leslie has been given by the Estes, it does seem like the Florin Valo69 has opted to go down, but that means they are going to go for a 3v4 on the Turtle take. Let's see what goes down here. The Turtle, already at half health. We can see Coleus as well as Ibnu trying to zone the 3 members away. But there you go. Boba gonna still be able to secure it with the Retribution as the damage does come through. Zoning the members out. Flicker gets taken as well. Inisikiboo gets brought back with the Shadow Stampede. Damage gonna be put out. Cult Altar already popped as well. Inisikiboo gonna be so low. Not gonna be able to be taken out. And rather, Ibnu is the one that goes down first.
It was a little bit too low there, but Boba, he might want more here, but it seems like Reject with the heal is able to out-sustain Boba. And now with the re-engage there, it doesn't really quite connect. But with that, right, Team Inisikiboo managed to strike first.
They're making their draft work right now, right? They are being a little bit more thoughtful and thorough when it comes down to their setups, and that's putting Team Ibnu in a little bit of a precarious situation. It seems like despite that they were still able to get the Turtle, they did lose a member, so it was a trade 1-for-1. But look at this, Coleus very aggressive with a Flicker Shadow Stampede, the muddles being placed out, the AoE damage on to Reject, as well as Kelping still able to get out. The global healing coming in from Valo69 gonna help them sustain through this team fight a little bit more. But remember, this is a 3v4. Don't think that they want to commit on to this. Uh-oh, Coleus taunted right now, observing, getting so much damage. But there you go, Coleus goes down, and that's gonna be a kill over to Team Inisikiboo.
Slight miscalculation there, right? Coleus a little bit offside there, a little bit overextended. And Team Inisikiboo managed to spot that out and exploit that small mistake. And without that call alter, which Coleus popped off earlier, so yeah, there's just no sustainability whatsoever. So perhaps that isn't what Team Inisikiboo needs to bait, right? That call alter and then the full commit. So Coleus needs to be careful of this, but Team Inisikiboo needs to watch that out. And take a look at the mid side now.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's one thing to draft well, it's another to execute it properly. And it seems like you mentioned, a lot of missteps and miscalculations and missed decisions, I would say, from Team Ibnu right now, as they still are going to commit on to this turtle. They are behind 1,000 gold. They have to be careful when it comes down to this. But Reject opening up the map, putting some pressure onto Ibnu right now. He's caught very low! But look at that steal coming in from Inisikiboo. That just deters all that they have worked for. And this is a moment for Team Inisikiboo to strike back.
Oh my god, ibnuwardani now in the front lines will not survive. He will be taken out by Luo, and now it seems like in that mid side here, Team ibnuwardani needs to be careful because it seems like Team Inisikiboo might find the right opening and commit. But it seems like it's just a clear for now. Again, 5 minutes in, it seems like the gold laners here, they're having a party, right? Both gold laners here, 0-0-0. They're just farming, but take a look at Luo here, right? He is able to assist that fight in the turtle area and also munch that turret topside to half HP, less than half HP.
Yeah, that was the advantage that we mentioned earlier, right? The fact that he's able to roam around a lot quicker around the map compared to the Charizla, who is supposed to win that lane, means that he's going to have more impact around the map, not just in his own lane, and he's still going to be able to have an advantage when it comes down to it if they don't press a 1v1. And that's exactly what Luo has been doing. He's been able to maneuver around this losing matchup really well, but look at this. Coley is already going in very aggressively. Shadow Stampede going to bring back Luo back, but no commitments just yet from Team ibnuwardani. As you can see here, the members from Inisikiboo already coming up as well for a follow-up.
Yeah, very clutch sprint as well here, popped by Luo, right, to escape that 4v1 situation, right? So no casualties there, a failed rotation, I might say, failed pickoff, and take a look at that. It cost them the mid-side, mid-turret. So Team Inisikiboo here, very, very smart macro decision as well. First 6 minutes in.
6 minutes in, 3 seconds left for the next turtle to spawn. The next neutral objective that both of these teams are going to be fighting for here, right? You can see here that Team Inisikiboo already on the moment to be able to set up a lot quicker. We'll see who gets it. Inisikiboo gets it once again. Boba wasn't able to steal it. He didn't even use his retribution here, as both teams are going to be recalling against one another, reminding us this is once again just going back to the fun, going back to the core value of this tournament, which is basically just having fun. But taking a look at the items here, what do we see?
Yeah, still standard here. Leslie build the steel leg place for extra respect, but take a look at bot side. Boba here might be caught half HP, but there's the global healing presence from Florian, right? Coley, you're looking for a flank, doesn't really want to commit there, thankfully, because it might be a mistake if he did. But now, Team Inisikiboo, a very smart disengage as well. They do not want to commit on towards a foreign ground there.
Yeah, 4v3 though, you know, if they did actually commit onto it for Team Ibnu. But, I mean, not right now you can see Olivia was really great at that setup, being able to clear first before she rotated, which means that she's going to have a little bit more pressure in that mid lane, allowing the team more space and more advantage when they go and rotate around the map. 8 minutes in, we do see a bit of a gold difference, almost 3,000 in gold here, favoring Team Inisikiboo. They're going to try and stave off the pressure coming in from Team Ibnu here in the top side as well. Luo being able to pop that sprint, going to be able to get out of that situation.
Well, looking at the situation now, right, in minutes in, it's just a very, very slow kill count, very slow game, which I really like because it's just not much. It's not a matter of like just fight, fight, fight. It's a matter of thinking because both teams know that both teams have that healer. So to really commit, they need to be very, very confident that they have the right setup, and this is going to be seen as well in the Lord fight here. Let's see here already, right? 5 men. Ibnuwardani is rotating towards that bot side, towards that Lord. So let's see here. Team inisikiboo might be late to the party.
They might be late to the party here. Inisikiboo level 11, Boba level 10, so they do have an advantage when it comes down to this Lord take. Kelping needs to be careful with her positioning here right now, but Ibnu is going to go in with the penalty zone on it to 4 members, and that's going to be Lord taken away by Z, the Melissa. And you can see here the damage coming through, so much already being placed, another member being taken out. Kelping going to be the next one to fall. That's only reject there in that bottom side to be able to defend that turret, but that is definitely a huge win for Team Ibnu.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? When we're talking about Luo, sure, he gets the inner turret, but is it really worth it losing all your teammates and the Lord? At that point, I really would consider Luo to rotate and help, especially realizing that ibnuwardani is in that Lord area, right? So perhaps that approach should be changed here by Luo in the next coming Lord fight. Sure, you need to clear to have a better pressure, right, in that lane. But then again, it costs you the Lord and it costs your teammates. So not looking too shabby now, looking at their situation. Their mid lane falls and their mid turret falls, and take a look at this. They're already invading the jungles. Now Boba, half HP here, still convinced that he is able to get the purple buff, which he did, but that pressure now, that momentum is now on towards the team from ibnuwardani.
Oh, Luo, is he gonna get caught out here? He does still have the sprint, so he should be able to get away. Coleus just a little bit late to the party, not going to be able to bring him back with the Shadow Stampede like he usually does. But what really stuck out for me in that item build was seeing the gold difference between Z as well as a Kelping, right? 1,000 gold lead for the Melissa. She's snowballing at this point. She's going ahead with that 1 kill in her pocket. And the problem is now, no one from Team inisikiboo, with the way that they drafted, can actually take the Melissa out except the Leslie. But the Leslie, even so, needs to be very careful with her positioning. If she goes a little bit too forward, she's going to be instantly taken out with something like the penalty zone or even the slashings coming in from Boba.
Yeah, the thing about Leslie, all right, especially he opted for Endless Battle second item. Sure, you get that extra true damage, but I feel like personal preference, right? I would rather him building BOD second item. Sure, he's behind, but with that BOD, that power spike really somehow hits faster if you compare it to building Endless Battle second. So we'll see here with the change, right? Because in the previous match, he opted for BOD second item, but in this current match, it seems like he's not really convinced that he is able to get that BOD fast enough. So he opted for a cheaper option. But again, the invade now, ibnuwardani with the penalty zone finds 1 member. inisikiboo jumps in with the stun. ibnuwardani will be saved by that call altar. In the backside though, Kelping is struggling to defend his turret here. And it seems like now ibnuwardani soaking a lot of damage. inisikiboo will not survive. And it seems like now Regis flickering away will survive. This one's going to be 1-4-0. A long team fight. But again, it's favoring for the side of Team ibnuwardani.
And this is what we mentioned, right? Going into those team fights, there's literally no one on their team who can deal damage towards C other than Kelping. And we saw that happen. Kelping was grouping up a little bit forward compared to the team, and with that, she was actually isolated away from the team fight, unable to dish out the damage that she was meant for, and Z was just free hitting from wherever she was placed. Team inisikiboo, they don't have the high ground as compared to Team Ibnu, and that's going to be very difficult for them, especially when they go in for a 5v5. You mentioned pickoffs, but how exactly are they actually supposed to do that?
Yeah, it's very hard right at this point. I expect them perhaps during the early game where each role is in each lane. But looking at now, it's very hard, especially you have an SS you really want to clump up. You don't really want to find a kill for a pickup. So it's going to be very hard at this point. And you're seeing them struggling here to find a win, right? Which is very different. In that early game, it was actually Team Inisikiboo with the advantage of the goal, with the advantage of the kills as well. Meanwhile, Team Wardani, they're patient. They're a patient team. They saw an opening, one small opening, and they just turn it around. And look at them now. 4,000 gold lead here, healthy. And ready all of the outer and good pull there. Like helping gets taken out.
Very, very aggressive. Worth it by Colios. Taking out the gold laner means that they don't have as much damage to be able to sustain through. But luckily enough for Team Inisikiboo, there's not much of a wave to push with. They need to be able to crash on all three lanes, but they don't want to go for it. They're going to go for a more disciplined approach as, you know, seems like they're going to wait for the Lord instead. 80 seconds left as we do have some time to check out the items.
Okay, looking at the items here, Melissa. 4 items rather. With that Wind of Nature, it adds more confidence, right? In opening up, in positioning. With that Wind of Nature, it really negates the potential damage from that Fredrin and as well as Hilda. So you will not be somehow scared of that situation, right? And of course, ibnuwardani, very, very tanky. Why? Bloodlust Axe for that spell vamp, and then the rest full defensive items, respecting the damage coming from the side of that Valir with that Athena, and of course negating the anti-regen from that SS Dominance ISO. Very, very smart and intelligent items, knowing that you are going to be the frontliner, right? You are going to soak in more damage with those items. It might help your team and enable your team with your penalty zone to open the fights.
Yeah, they have 3 dominance items, right? They have 3. Boba made it, Valo, as well as Ibnu. So extra respect, just really trying to deny that potential coming in from the Estes. And it is serving them a lot when it comes down to those team fights. We see that the healing doesn't really and is not able to recover from how much damage that Z is placing onto them instantly. Always just look at that DPS coming through from Z already here in the 16th minute of the game. They're gonna get the 3rd Lord of the game uncontested, no problem whatsoever. They have all the space in the world, and Team Inisikiboo just really in a tough position.
Yeah, they're practically turtling in their base, right? They cannot do anything because they have it as this. You really want to clump up with 5 men or 4 men, but to open and contest a Lord in that current situation is just impossible. And they knew that, right? They would rather defend here. They would rather gamble and perhaps sacrifice a base third or 2 or even all base thirds, but to survive another day. So again, let's see here. Will that gamble, will that play of not contesting and just opting to defend is going to be really worth it here? The only saving grace for side of ibnuwardani is if they suddenly blunder here into a 2-man, 3-man dive. But ibnuwardani flickering inside.
Yeah, the high ground is an issue for Team Inisikiboo as 2 members have already been taken out. They're so low right now. Cult Altar opened up as well. The muddle's being placed on all of these 3 members. And it looks like it is going to be GG. Boba going in for that final siege onto the back line. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1. The series is led by Team Ibnu.
Team ibnuwardani with all smiles for game 1. What a display from their team here. The chemistry, the patience as well. The early game wasn't really on their side, right? They were somehow looking for answers here. Multiple members made a couple of mistakes, especially that early game, but they bounced back, right? That one turnaround in that Lord or in that moment, it's just GG. And once they really control their map, it's just no answer from Inisikiboo.
Yeah, definitely. The power spikes that hit in that mid game for Team Ibnu just really hit a little too hard for Team Inisikiboo. And we gotta mention the fact of, Luo, right? Luo, like we mentioned on the Hilda, great, very good at that side lane pressure, but sometimes, like you mentioned, it's not as worth it. If they always go in for a 4v5, your team just gets further behind, and your opposing team just snowballs from that possibility, that advantage, that man advantage that they have.
Yeah, his I want to say stoic play style. Is it correct? Stoic, like he doesn't really care, ignorant.
Yeah, okay.
Well, he doesn't really want to be involved in team fights, helping or aiding his teammates, and perhaps that approach should be shifted, should change in the next game. They still have a chance to force a game 3, but Team ibnuwardani was just miles ahead in that game, right? Melissa focused on farming in that early game, and look at his stat, 304. Not messing around there with that extra item even from the side of Lauren, right? So it helps with the confidence of him giving out the damage. Take a look at the damage dealt. 99,000 damage given by the Melissa alone. So that is that says a lot, right?
Yeah, it truly does. Very difficult decision here. And you can see here the carry, the rich guy gonna go to the Melissa. Like we mentioned, gonna have a really good time in that lane. She was a little bit pressured in that early game because of how the Estes was really just supporting the Leslie. But other than that, after everything went to that mid game where people started rotating, the Melissa had the better positioning, had more advantages when it comes down to the team fight. AoE damage, really good high ground, and that's exactly what Team Inisikiboo was, lacking. And this is your MVP for that first game. It's going to be Coleus with the Faramis. You can see that the Shadow Stampede just did a lot for the team, was able to pick off the Leslie at really important times. 216 KDA, very aggressive build, all damage here with the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Truncheon, as well as the Glowing Wand. And to top it all off, he did build the Enchanted Talisman for better cooldown and mana as well, so he was able to spam those abilities a lot better and have better cooldown for that Cult Altar.
Yeah, very just a very overall well balanced game plan, and they did somehow predict that's gonna be easy win. So far it is 1-0, so let's see what else is there for our second game. Now in this highlight here in the early game, it was a struggling early game here for the side of ibnuwardani, but overall it's just very well timed, well placed here. This is where ibnuwardani soaking a little bit too much of the damage there, could not really hold, but this is where it all changed, right? ibnuwardani finding 3, gets the Lord, and take a look at Hilda. He's just clearing top side with the 5v4 advantage during war, being one man down. It's very, very tough to win that fight. And again, same here, right? Here, Hilda is non-existent, MIA, missing in action, so it's going to be very tough for the side of Inisikiboo to really have a grasp for a fight. In this game, it's just Team ibnuwardani closing it out finally here in roughly around 14 minutes of game time there. But yeah, what a game. So I can't wait for game 2.
Yeah, can't wait for game 2, and neither can Team Ibnu, right? You can see on stage, they're all smiles, so much confidence, and it's a lot more different, right? The atmosphere with Team Inisikiboo. They're all very serious. It looks like I hope they're not getting tilted here, but man, that really was a really good game for Team Ibnu once again. It feels like coming back to the drafting phase, right? the fact that they banned out the Veil as well as the Farsa gave Olivia a little bit of a hard time. Not much of an impact on the Valier this time around.
Yeah, for sure here. So perhaps with that in mind, second draft, just find a mid laner that can clear fast, right? Find a hero, and perhaps the approach from Colio is, remember, they banned out the Veil and as well as that Farsa, right? So perhaps that is the comfortable hero for Olivia, and with Valier as her third option, it seems like it's ineffective and as well as inefficient. So perhaps the Franco, Farsa, and Veil ban we might see again in the drafts for game 2.
Yeah, hopefully they don't draft themselves 3 losing lanes again, right? Because I think that was the issue for Team Ibnu, and high ground, once again, very important. As we enter the drafting phase here for game number 2 between both of these teams, and you can see the same exact bans coming through, except since Team Ibnu swapped sides, they are going to go for a Melissa ban this time around. So the Veil is open for Olivia to pick up. The Ling, the YSS, and the Wanwan, still the same bans here coming through for Team Inisikiboo. And now this team, they're in the hot seat. Who are they going to prioritize here in their first pick? The Joy still left open. They were able to pick it up in their previous game, and they were able to win it out. Do they want to do that once again, replicate that success? But they say no. They're gonna go for the Atlas pick, which signifies that they're denying the Faramis away from Team Ibnu.
I love it. A total 180 here. We did not expect to see the Atlas here entering game 2. But now Team ibnuwardani here, they have more than enough capabilities to pick up a Diggy, perhaps, right? Sure, they will secure a Joy first. Perhaps they might secure a mid laner here first, right? The Diggy might be forced into a third pick, but let's see here. It seems like they're still discussing. Joy was a MIA from game 1, wasn't picked nor banned, but it seems like in this game, ibnuwardani will show his face. So it's gonna be a combo between Joy and Faramis.
Very interesting, right? Because I thought with the Atlas being picked up, Atlas loves it when the opponent groups up as 5. It's a natural counter towards heroes like the Estes and the Faramis. But man, Colio's still very confident with his choice here with the Faramis, and obviously there is a small loophole with the Faramis, right? If the Faramis can pop in the Cult Altar before the Fatal Links hits, it does give them a little bit more survivability if the Fatal Links is able to connect. And of course, there are still options like the Purify to be able to deny that pressure away from something as crazy as the Atlas. Team Inisikiboo, though, once again still sticking to their roots, especially for Luo, with the Veil coming in as well for Olivia. So, I mean, we talked about this earlier, right? In game number 1 of match number 2, the Veil being banned out. It does seem like Ibnu, they've done their homework. The Veil was a pickup here for Olivia in particular, but look at Team Ibnu. They're gonna go for the Edith pick for that EXP lane.
Yeah, likewise, right? I mean, game 1, we did saw Edith ban out in that second phase, but it seems like in the second game, both Veil and Edith, the heroes that were banned out in the first game, will show their faces here in the second game. So already an instant different approach here from both teams, I might say. Sure, ibnuwardani still has that Faramis, but apart from that Faramis, it's a total different approach, right? With Edith, you can find pickoffs, you are more stronger during team fights as well, but with the Joy, it's clear that the Joy will target that Veil in that back lines. Heroes in the back lines, Joy will target. So with that in mind, Veil needs to position himself well, effectively, to somehow stay out of reach of that Joy. With that in mind, let's talk about the bans here. The Brody ban limiting the options for Kelping, because it seems like track record, Kelping really enjoys the Brody.
The Brody gonna be the ban as well as the Hayabusa here, Gani. And I would expect Team Inisikiboo to ban the Diggy this time around, perhaps. I mean, Team Ibnu can always go for a double roam strat like they did before. We did see the Florin last time around. We could see something like the Diggy here coming through for their team as well. It works well against the Atlas. It denies the pressure from the Atlas as well and gives the Joy a little bit more room to move when we talk about going into that back line. So the Kaja is going to be the choice of ban here. So Ibnu, they're free. They're at will to be able to pick up something like the Diggy.
Diggy here, not ban out. Just, I feel like could be the answer here. Looking at their composition, will they go for it though? No, they will secure the Beatrix first here. Let's see what will be the response from Inisikiboo, because do note that Hilda hard counters the Diggy, though Luo, looking at his playstyle, isn't really the aggressive type.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, we'd say like that's a hard counter if the Hilda roams around, but Luo loves his lane, right? He loves it with a passion that he doesn't stray from it at all. If anything, he's a loyal person, right? That's what we can pick up from his gameplay. He's loyal. He just wants to do what he's meant to do. And we're gonna see, wow, okay, did not expect this pickup from happening, but we do see a Mia coming through here for Team Inisikiboo. A lane against the Beatrix, very interesting, not really good in terms of range, but with enough items, she can have a bit more attack speed compared to the Beatrix, but that's in that mid towards that late game. In the early game, gonna be heavily bullied by the Beatrix, or as we assume so. Inisikiboo gonna pick up the Granger here for the jungle position. And now, what does Team Ibnu want to go for against the Granger?
You know what? Kufra might work here, right? I mean, if you're a player, a Kufra player here, 2 marksmen, but no, they're still banking on the 2 supports. Meta, quote unquote, right? They did it, they pull it off in that first game with the Feramis and as well as Florin. It seems like it is going to be no different here entering game 2.
Yeah, no Diggy. Very surprising. So hopefully they pick up a few Purifies here. I think that's still a possibility for something like the Beatrix to pick up as well. She's not heavily reliant on something like the Inspire, like a Melissa is, or even a Mia is, or a Moskov. So definitely some potential to deny that aggression from the Atlas. But wow, that was an interesting change. Very different to the match that we saw earlier where things were quite the same. A lot of different picks coming through. What do you think about this Mia pick?
You know what about the Mia pick? Well, I love it. Why? You ask for the Layla. Well, you can't get the Layla, we'll have the Mia. So please welcome game 2 Eternal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the deciding game, right? I mean, with 1 point already in the hands of Ibnu, they just need 1 more point to send Team Inisikiboo home, and we're gonna see exactly who is gonna be able to make it out alive in this match. We can have a look at the items and the spells and the emblems of choice for both of these teams, and it seems like only Boba has decided to go in with the Purify. So there's a little bit of a roster swap here. Kolio is actually the jungler this time around.
And it seems like here Boba wasn't really comfortable perhaps on that Joy, which Kolios happily will take that role, right? And it seems like now we are seeing an engage here. The perfect match doesn't really connect here on towards Boba. Reject though will be taken down to half HP. Let's take a look at the mini map here. Top side, what's going on here? Mia and Beatrix here trading it off. It seems like both players, well, it's gonna be 3v3 very soon. Reject now finds a stun, finds first blood as well for Inisikiboo, and it's gonna be nothing more.
Yeah, Z overextended heavily, right? She's in a winning lane and was therefore able to pressure the Mia, pressure Kelping. But the problem is when things go down like that, it does give an opportunity for the team to be able to gank you like that. So the question is, where was the information coming in from both of the mid laners, right? Ibnu as well as Kolios definitely kind of failed perhaps in that information, or maybe Z was a little bit too forward already, and therefore that's going to be an advantage for Kelping to utilize here in the first 2 minutes of the game for that 1v1 laning.
Let's see here what will happen in the first turtle fight as well here, Eternal, right? It's gonna be 3v3. It seems like 4v3 very soon. Edith jumping into the party as well. It's gonna be Joy finding the retribution now. The fight will ensue. Boba will take a lot of damage there. Very low, but survives. So no casualties, but it's gonna be the Joy picking up the turtle.
Yeah, Coleo's going to be able to get that quite comfortably. Very good retribution, as both of the junglers are at the same level, so they should have the same amount of damage when it comes down to those turtle takes. You can see here now that, oh, wait a minute, Ibnu already getting very aggressive onto Luo here in the bottom side. Luo going to force out the sprint as well, just trying to get away from the damage output coming in from Ibnu. And this is the power spike that Ibnu has. At level 4, he's going to deal a lot more damage than he does before. And so Luo needs to be very careful when it comes down to the 1v1 team fights. And it seems like that's exactly what's happening. Earth Shatter does connect onto Luo. Luo trying to utilize his ability to roam a lot faster, but he has to be careful here. It seems like there's going to be a 3-man collapse here from that mid lane.
It is going to be a 3-man collapse. And Joy now jumping in, diving into the turret. Kelping, low HP, still surviving here with a slither of HP. But man, what a defense there, right? He does not get taken down, and so no kill points. But sure, he needs to recall, but a very, very good awareness there by Kelping.
Yeah, they went in for a mirror play. Both of the teams didn't really get what they came for, but it looks like now both teams are going to collapse in this top side, realizing that they do want an advantage when it comes down to the turtle take. That is going to happen in around 20 seconds. So far, no casualties just yet on the board in that regard, and both teams have opted to go in for, wait a minute, Fatal Links is going to be able to connect onto the Beatrix. The healing not going to be enough, as he definitely should be taken down here, and that is a casualty for Team Ibnu. With Z off the board, they are at free will to be able to get a better advantage when it comes down to the turtle take, but they go in for more damage onto Valo, still able to get away for it now, but that is what happened, and that is how they are going to have a better... Whoa, wait a minute, Gotti, what's happening here?
Leos with the dagger there towards the backside, finding the kill, the important kill on towards inisikiboo, and with that, it's going to be them now overtaking the turtle area, and nothing much that Olivia can do here, it seems like, right? 4v2, Coleus gets the turtle comfortably again. So it's going to be ibnuwardani with that play there. They have equalized there in that sense.
Yeah, over commitment there by Team inisikiboo in that top lane. I feel like they should have just extended their advantage on, just countering the positioning coming in from Team Ibnu, and because of that, as a result, they are going to be losing on another turtle here in the 5th minute of the game, as once again, it seems like Reject going to look for something. They do have the Fatal Links. He doesn't commit onto it just yet though. But there you go, 2-man taken out. Boba gonna use the Purify, forcing that out. Reject gets taken out. Z gonna get another kill on the board, and that's 2 members, a 2-for-0 in that previous trade-off.
Yeah, that call altar was just very clutch, right? And now they're looking to siege the mid. Thankfully, inisikiboo will get the clear first. So not much pressure there in that mid side, but that catch was on a 2-man. One guy, Boba, was forced to use his Purify, but there was no follow-up damage there. Taking a look at the items as well, Mia here still on his first item, working on his second item, and it seems like it's not looking too good now that he is behind 1,000 gold on Beatrix. Beatrix, meanwhile, will have that Fury Hammer, and it seems like he is already going to commit on towards the Blade of Despair. After Blade of Despair, expect a lot of damage coming from Z here. Even though he's 0-1, when that BOD hits, he is ready for action. Now, Reject though, Flicker, Fatal Links connecting on towards 2. The damage is there. inisikiboo from the far away will pull the Death Sonata, finding the kill on towards Valo 69, but Coleus, sneaky guy, gets the dagger, finding the kill again on towards inisikiboo.
Wow, an outplay there coming in from Team Ibnu. What initially was definitely a marked death for Z was actually turned around, but look at the aggression once again. A killing spree picked up as Olivia also gets eliminated right before the turtle take. With 2 members down, Team Ibnu once again gonna have free space to be able to get an objective on the board. Meanwhile, you know, it's Luo, right? Luo doing what he does best, doing
his
what
highlight.
he loves. And that's,
Yeah.
you know, taking turtles on those, sorry, taking towers on those side lanes, just putting some pressure, doing what he loves, doing what he knows. And that's what happened. 3 turtles just denied from inisikiboo here.
I mean, Luo highlights are just him hitting creeps and turrets, man. And I feel him. He, like you said, right? I feel like he hits the minions with a passion. Not he loves his lane with a passion, but he hates the minions with a passion, right? He doesn't care for players. He doesn't care for heroes. He just hates minions. And now in the mid side, again caught. The stun was just a little bit too much there. The follow damage was also connecting. Now Atlas will be taken out as well.
Oh.
What a snipe by Z. 3-man down, and Luo is still standing in his lane.
Yeah, beautiful Renner shot by Z as well. Just all around the map, everything was so messy. But either way, it was Team Ibnu who was able to get an advantage out of it. Like you mentioned before, there is a distinction between, but oh my god, he's so aggressive. He's styling on inisikiboo at this point. Earth Shadow gonna connect on to 2 members. He does get taken down, but there is some damage placed onto Team inisikiboo. A little bit of an oversight there, perhaps by Ibnu, but at the end, it's still Team Ibnu leading with how much gold is that? What, 4,000 already here in the 9th minute of the game?
Yeah, 4,000. It seems like Luo now will be the main agenda. Main target here for ibnuwardani, and the snipe will take him down. Finally, Luo will be taken out here in this game. And with that, the turret in the bot side for the side of inisikiboo will fall.
It will fall, but it does seem like Team inisikiboo gonna look for a advantage, a trade-off, right? They're gonna be able to pick up the tower in that top side as well. So it's a little win for them at this point. They are behind now with 4,000 gold, and Team Ibnu just wasting no time. Their next goal, it's gonna be the Lord, and that's what they're aiming for. And it seems like they might have a really easy time getting it. But inisikiboo is coming, but he fails to get the Lord. They receive so much damage here. No casualties though as they go and retreat.
Yeah, a good Fatal Links there, right? He caught the Joy, actually. So the Joy wasn't able to use that Retribution, but it was that Beatrix in that backside who is able to take the last damage. And speaking of Beatrix, he has already that BOD, and that Wind of Nature is on his way, perhaps towards that Has Claws here. So again, expect sustainability with that Has Claws. And Wind of Nature also creates a second life opportunity, right? So with these items, it's just the Beatrix is just too fed at this point, right? 8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead, not looking too good here for the left side.
Yeah, I love how efficiently the Beatrix... Oh, whoa. What's going on here? Reject was looking for a Fatal Links, but it was actually canceled here by Team Ibnu. He's gonna be heavily punished there. Gets taken out even before the siege occurs. That's gonna be an issue there. That mid side gonna fall very easily there, and they are gonna look for more. 3 lanes are gonna be pushing on to Team inisikiboo. They do have the upper hand. They do have the high ground to defend it though. So it doesn't seem like inisikiboo gonna lose more than that.
See here, right? inisikiboo with a somehow a deja vu situation from game 1, right? 11 minutes in, they're already defending and turtling in their base. No inner, no outer turrets as well. But it seems like it's just another textbook win. Reject though finds 2-man stun. Fatal Links on towards 3. ibnuwardani gets taken out as well. But Z finds the trade, finds the marksman. Take a look at the submachine gun that Z is putting But Inisikiboo with the backside, finding a member as well. It's a 1-4-3. Will it be more? Inisikiboo quite low. Coleos finds the kill with the help of Z. Coleos also finds a kill there, so it's going to be 1-4-1 now. A trade that was worth it for the side of Inisikiboo, negated by the side of the two men, the duet between Z and Coleos.
Yeah, Z and Coleus just really just popping off right now, right? The damage output Z, the aggressive nature and the sustainability of the Joy has yet to be punished up until this 12th minute of the game. And you can see here, we do have a technical pause, but look at that. 32,000 to 38,000. That's a 6,000 gold lead already for Team Ibnu in the 12th minute of the game. They're dominating on all accords, and it's seems like it's a difficult situation for Inisikiboo to play about it, right? Reject found a really good moment with the Fatal Links onto the important members, was able to get a good trade, but even then they overcommitted. They weren't able to get the core members. They weren't able to pick off Z nor the Joy.
Yeah, that was very, very sad there. Very good decision making as well. Very aggressive, right? Duo, they're looking for a kill on towards two as well in that current situation. But at the end of the day, it was worth it, right? Both of the players got a kill each. And it's another reset for the side of Inisikiboo. Whereas, of course, Team ibnuwardani, they're comfortable with this lead. They're comfortable with this current situation. They are unable to really find a big problem, right? They haven't really made a huge mistake. The enemy hasn't really caused them too much of a trouble, apart from that Fatal Links, which actually they managed to find that trade as well. So yeah, I mean, Team ibnuwardani, this might be a repeat between these two teams, right? Tezet and as well as ibnuwardani.
Yeah, could be. It could be. It could be a rematch, and it could be another 2-0 with how things are panning out. But before the pause occurred, we saw that the Mia was able to finally get her second core item, which is a Wind Talker. So attack speed is in favor for them. What she needs is perhaps the Wind of Nature to be able to sustain through, because unlike the Beatrix, who has the option of picking up the Renner and having a long range, Mia doesn't. Mia needs to be a little bit closer, and she needs to be able to sustain, meanwhile doing out the damage. So a little bit behind on terms of item. Can't say that she's ready for war just yet, especially with how Team Ibnu are now clumping up with one another to be able to get this Lord for themselves.
Yeah, let's see here. It seems
Oh
like
no,
Team
reset.
ibnuwardani, oh, they accidentally resetted, but it seems like it doesn't really change much here. Realizing that Inisikiboo will not contest, but no, concealed play will be popped now. Reject looking for a member. ibnuwardani taking a lot of damage. Boba taken out first. That's not a good sign. Now Florin will have that global healing. Vale gets taken out. ibnuwardani's second casualty. Folius falls, but Z finds the god-like. There's going to be 3 members now taken out. The snipe will not connect, but it's going to be 3-4-4. Still now favoring Inisikiboo, but Z was ready there to just demolish Inisikiboo.
I guess targeting is an issue now for Team Inisikiboo. You could see that the Atlas was looking for Z, but she was nowhere on the map, unable to be taken down. And that's exactly what you get for it. But honestly, that's the best scenario that Team Inisikiboo could have, right? Sure, they were taken down, but they were able to buy themselves a little bit more time before Team Ibnu goes in for the siege and takes away the Lord for themselves.
And it seems like now, still, not much of a change of approach here. He is now just defending, rather, right? So is just chill, waiting for, well, at least now he's with the team, so there's a huge difference now from his play style. But take a look at the Lord now. What? We said it again. Now concealed play again. Reject couldn't find anyone. Thankfully, he has the perfect match there to save his life. But the Lord Team ibnuwardani at this point, I believe they're just toying with inisikiboo.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out these resources, right? They're trying their best. They don't mind it resetting as long as they're able to bait out the resource. Because when they do, if they're able to win that team fight, they definitely could end at this point. Remember, it's 15 minutes into the game, and it looks like, whoa, very aggressive by Kolios there, going into the back line instantly, taking away Olivia. That's the best that they could go for. Ibnu goes down. Olivia helping as well. This is a 4v3 fight. Fatal Links connects onto 3. Cult Altar gets popped off, denying that damage from coming through. Z goes in very aggressively, gets the kill as well, and this is nearly a full man wipeout. Luo, the only one surviving, the top lane being able to get pushed in because of how inexperienced, I would say, they are at when it comes down to those wave clears.
Oh, we might see the end. Luo now soaking a lot of damage, and this is it. Team ibnuwardani goes to the grand finals. It's gonna be clean sweep 2-0. We say bye-bye to Team inisikiboo.
GG Team Ibnu. Coachtezet already waiting with his entire team to meet them off in a best of 5 in the grand finals. But look at the smiles that they have on their faces right now. They're looking ecstatic, they're looking confident, and they definitely have the fire to translate into the grand finals later on in the series. But like you mentioned, Gani, this means that Team inisikiboo, they have been eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, they got the dub earlier, but it seems like 2 dubs is a little bit too much for their side. Team ibnuwardani, though, they managed to learn from their enemies, perhaps from the previous match, and they got a clean win. So let's take it to Nevin here with a turnout who will translate their interview.
Nevin is asking, what happened? How could it be a 2-0? How did you lose 2-0? And he said, we don't know. We don't know, man. All our heroes were banned out. There wasn't much that we could do. And now she's asking, what was your challenge? What was the challenge in that previous game? He said luck's not on their side right now. Oh, it seems like there were communication issues between the team. This is Shandy. He was the one that was playing the Hilda, Gani. And he says they were trying to play according to their gameplay, but it was just a lot more challenging here in this match against Team Ibnu.
That was Luo.
So even though that they lost, Kibo said it doesn't matter whether they win or lose, as long as they were able to meet with the 19 other amazing content creators, and he says that that is the most important prize that they could have asked for, Gani.
Including you, Eterna?
So, what? No, Gani, you're the perfect one. But ladies and gentlemen, after that interview, we are gonna, I think, look at the item builds first before we go into the interview with the winning team. But that is it. That is gonna be the last of Team Inisikiboo in this tournament. As you are gonna take a look at the item builds. Finally, what exactly happened? What did they build in that previous game to be able to win so dominantly here? And one of the things that I really wanted to point out was how efficiently the Beatrix itemized, right? She went in for the Fury Hammer, the steel leg plates earlier on. So you have the base damage. You also have a little bit more of sustainability in that 1v1 lane against the Miyagani.
And it shows, it's evident in that game where, sure, Z was in the early game, he was 0-1, 0-0 even. Remember, it's here now. But after he got the items that he needs, nothing can stop this guy, right? It's instantly now at the end of the game, 11-2-1. So that's crazy. That's crazy comeback, crazy recovery. So that's a some note for you marksmen out there, marksman players out there. It doesn't really matter if you got battered in that early game, but just focus on farming, focus on other angles to find farms. You can be able to find and bounce back with in the mid game and as well as late, as long as your teammates assist you throughout the journey. And yeah, the teammates, they helped him a lot, right? He got battered in the early game, but Coleus also is free farming. He is also able to find more objectives with his equipments that he builds, right? With the Genius one, with the Concentrate Energy early as well. That was more than enough to just wreak havoc towards Vale, towards Granger even, find that sneaky kill. And take a look at the total damage given out by Coleus and as well as Z. Man, that's those two combined already 140,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot, right? And that's what was very interesting because, like you mentioned, the Beatrix was picked off first, and that is what happens when you draft a losing lane, right? But this is your MVP for WCG rivals here for that second game with an 11-2-1 KDA, a very intelligent item build, as well as a really high GPM, 845. This Beatrix, once with the power spike, was unable to be taken down. There was no answer to this Beatrix whatsoever, and you can see just how intense the damage was with the extra damage coming in from that Hunter Strike. Those Renner shots just really hurt.
Yeah, this is the only moment where I feel like Team Inisikiboo has a chance to turn it around. But again, Z and Kolio is suddenly on a manhunt here, finding the kill on towards the two-man standing. There, even Luo here. Oh, okay, Luo survives, but that was the only play. Perhaps the side of the Inisikiboo could turn it around. This is just GG's here, right, Eterna?
Yeah, it really was. There was not really much that they can do, even though the Atlas was able to get a Fatal Links. The fact that they had the Ferovis with the Cult Altar, that follow-up damage just was instantly denied because remember, Olivia, very dependent on her spells when those resources are taken off the board, if it's already been used, utilized, and triggered. There's really not much they have left in their arsenal except for Kelping, who, like we saw, just really struggled to have that damage impact because of how short range Amiya is and how vulnerable Amiya is to the damage coming in from Team Ibnu.
Yeah, very good recap there. We are going to have an interview again. Let's throw it to Nevin and of course your beautiful translator Eterna.
Oh no. So Nevin is asking, what exactly happened in that gold lane? How did you have so much damage? And he's saying that Reject was so annoying with the Atlas getting the Fatal Links on to the Beatrix. It was an issue for him in that game. He asked, how did you have so much damage? How can you play the Beatrix like that? And he replied that it was because of how much support that he was given in the lane.
Yep. Thanks to Florin, right? Both games. Okay, so ibnuwardani here, Eterna, shouting out towards Lowell because Zilda is also annoying in his lane. Whoa. Okay, so this guy, the guy who played Florin, has actually never played Florin in his life.
Wow.
But then again, he's confident and his team believes in him. He's able to pull 2 games, not just a game. He was able to pull up 2 games with Florin. Okay, he was asked which game he enjoys more, and he answered the first game because he was jungler and he gives a shout out towards Kibo, saying that it's very hard for him to find Kibo in that game. But we have the loser's final winner. Here, Eterna.
Yep. 2,000 USD already in their pocket right now. And this is even without how much they are going to be able to win if they do get the finals match for themselves as well. So it's all fun all around. A lot of yeah.
Whoa, okay.
Oh, he has a message for coachtezet. So Kolio said that, whoever wins this next match is going to be able to get a ticket to Busan as well as get 15,000 USD. And he's like, Tezet, get ready because you're going to be the coach of our team when we win. Confidence.
That speaks a lot. That speaks volume, right, in Caldeus, right? So we'll see. Will he be able to get the revenge as we are going to see the brackets here, Eterna? A lot of clean sweeps here. A plethora of clean sweeps here. 2-0 across the board.
Yeah, we started with 20 content creators and 4 teams, but now only 2 are left standing. Only 10 are left standing, and we'll see who comes out on top. Is it going to be Team coachtezet or is it going to be Team Coach Ibnu? And we're going to find out after this short break. So me, Eterna, as well as Gani, we're going to sign out for just a bit. Stay tuned. Don't miss whoever comes home with that 15,000 USD as well as a ticket to Busan. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the World's Cyber Games Rivals 2, sponsored by Smilegate, Stove, as well as TikTok. Back on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, as well as Gani, once again to accompany you through the last match of the entire tournament. This is the grand finals, where Coach Tezet is already waiting for Team Ibnu. And my oh my, this is going to be a very interesting best of 5 series, Gani.
It's going to be very interesting. Prize pool, number one prize pool is at stake. The team that wins also gets a chance to fly over to Busan. So everything is laid out here. Which team will win? May the best team win.
Yep, who will win indeed, Gani, as we are going to take into the host once again, Nevin there on the stage to invite Team Ibnu, Team Tezet, the undefeated champions here at WCG, onto the stage with this team. Remember, it's Tezet, Kelvin, Dima, Euphoria, Hilal, as well as Rio Romano.
The big boys here turn up, and it seems like they are more than ready. If you check out their poses earlier, man, they are looking very, very scary. But their opponent, they just got a dub as well, so momentum is on their side. Let's see what Team ibnuwardani will bring to the table this time. Will they be able to take revenge, or will they fall to the same giants?
Definitely the question here. A little bit of a rematch here. And it does seem champion interesting. That is what is said on the tablet. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's Ibnu with Boba, Z, Valo69, and Kolius onto the stage. And they are gonna say a few words before this match continues.
Again, with the banters, right, Eterna? You love translating, and I do want to appreciate your translation today. You did a splendid job, and it seems like ibnuwardani here has the first. Okay, so interesting champion, as it says, interesting for us.
Oh, very spicy there. Coach Tezet said that he got a little bit sleepy watching the gameplay. He said it was so mid. He said it was mid gameplay.
Good luck, have fun is also showing a sign of respect here from the upper bracket winner here in Coach and Team Tezet. All right, so we are going to after this banter here, Eterna, we are going to throw it to the draft here quite soon. Eterna, final thoughts before we enter the draft.
I'm excited, right? Like, both of these teams have showed extraordinary gameplay, and both of these teams have a very intelligent analyst on board, right? From Coach Tezet, we have himself, right? Coach Tezet led Aura Fire to victory when they were able to get that top 3 position for 2 seasons in a row, right? So he has a lot of knowledge on the game. He is up to date in terms of the gameplay, as well as Kolius. Kolius, even though he's not a coach per se for the pro scene, not for MPL, but he is a caster for several different events, and time and time again, he always honors us with his analysis. And they're very on point as well. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that you guys can join the WCG 2023 Open Qualifier because it's available for everyone around the world, especially for the MLBB users. Don't forget to sign up because the schedule is from May 1st to May 19th. You do still have a few more days to sign up. There is still a possibility for you to grab the total prize of 40,000 USD.
And you can also, right, grab skins. Voting event here, MLBB skin code will be presented through a lottery towards 30 people who participated in the vote. So you can grab the Gushin skin, Kimi, Layla, Lunox, Nana skin. Check out the URL here at your screen. Screenshot it and copy paste it. All right, check it out again. Let's remind you the prize pool here. Well, let Eterna remind you the prize pool.
Yeah, there's a total of 24,000 USD in this tournament for the one that we're witnessing right now. So far, 1,500, 3,000, 1,000, and 2,000. They've already been grabbed by the fellow content creators, but remember, there's still the finals winner who does have a chance to win 15,000 USD. So it's either Team Ibnu or Team Tezet. And so far, Team Ibnu has been grabbing so much on the board with the awarding ceremony awards as well, getting 1,500 twice. So that's already 3,000 in the bag for them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the official team lineup here for Team Tezet. Nothing has changed here. Still Prio Romano, Kelvin Gimang, Euphoria, as well as Ilal.
Well, it seems like the big boys, right? It seems like now with ibnuwardani here, still with the same five as well here. It's Boba, Z, Valo 69, Colius, and of course, their team leader. It's going to be ibnuwardani.
Very interesting for both of these teams. And like we mentioned, right, the IGLs or the leads of both of these teams, they are at top tier MLBB. They are within the pro scene. So this is going to be the battle between the minds of Coach Tezet as well as Colius. And you can see here, Colius already very serious, but they're missing one player. Where is he?
You know what? Let's give him benefit of the doubt. He is probably in the toilet.
All right. I mean, this team is also missing one player, right? So it's a 4v4 situation right now. They're all just getting ready for the next upcoming battle. It's gonna be a full best of 5, so no longer best of 3. A lot more challenging, I would say, in terms of those mind games. The mental state of all these players are also gonna be put to the test in a longer series. Will it be a 3-0 or are we gonna go see finally a full series coming down here? Full 5 games, Gani. I want to see full 5 games.
You know what? I'm with you. All right. We have seen a lot of clean sweeps, right? 2-0s. This is the grand finals. Give us a full best of 5 series. I want them really going at it, right? Take a look at Tezet. Take a look at Tezet's face. That is a sign of a man in the zone. All right. So again, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what will happen between these two giants here. Coach Tezet and as well as ibnuwardani will go at it. And again, ladies and gentlemen, check out our official social media, right? At WCG official channel for TikTok. And of course, our TikTok as well. Here we have our WCG.idn.official. Check it out for more updates for upcoming tournaments as well that you can definitely exploit. Definitely you and your friends can check it out if you guys want. And to add to that, it's going to be very interesting to see these two teams again going head to head. Let's not forget what Team ibnuwardani did earlier. They demolished, right? The team 0 and 2, and it was just little to no chance there for their side here. Meanwhile, Team ibnuwardani here still just slowly but surely taking a small of I might say they're thinking, right? Ibnuwardani is thinking. Tezet is like commanding in a leadership type of style. Meanwhile, Ibnuwardani is more of a relaxed type. Coleus does his bidding here, it seems like, right? So, yeah, it seems like
Mm-hmm.
we are going to enter the drafty return up for our first game of a best of 5 series. Will it be Tezet or will it be Ibnuwardani that will strike first?
That's the question, right? And it all comes down maybe who's first pick and who's second pick, because that's when the mind games really just do come to fruition, right? Because I want to see what honestly Team Ibnu has in store for them, right? Because total amount of games that Coach Tezet and the team has played is like, how many games have they played already? Only 4 games in total. So there's not much information as to what they truly have and what they've actually been saving up for these finals. Whereas Team Ibnu, different story, a lot more games, a lot more data, I would say, for Tezet to study on. And that's definitely an advantage that Coach Tezet actually has here. And coming into the drafting phase here for game number 1 in this best of 5, we do see the Ling and the Wanwan being the choice of ban from Coach Tezet. Meanwhile, Ibnu have opted to respect the Farsa as well as the Kaja as well.
So it seems like here Ibnuwardani still doesn't really want to deal any farces around, right? The previous match, they also banning out of respect, but it seems like here Ibnuwardani can also ban out of respect here, realizing that Coach Tezet perhaps has a history on a Farsa. But Coach Tezet now with the Melissa ban signifying that they perhaps might want to pick up the Joy.
That's the thing, right? Because I thought with first pick that they would try and force Ibnu to ban out the Melissa, but they actually go for the ban themselves. So with the glue being the choice here for Team Ibnu to ban out, they are going to go for a Martis first pick, which allows, if they want, Ibnu to pick up something like the Joy, like they have before.
Nope, it's gonna be the Martis instead here, right? Eternal. So let's see here, what will he bring to the table? Ibnuwardani here might pick up the Joy, realizing that Coleus was also just a menace earlier, right? And it's gonna be the Faramis, so you might see a switch. Faramis and Joy pick up, where it's gonna be a trade, right, between the Joy and the Faramis. Boba will play the Faramis, meanwhile Coleus will have and enjoy the Joy. Now, let's see the response here. A good and natural response would be the Franco, right? They need a denier, they need a stopper that can just insta-lock that Joy when entering the backlines using that Bloody Hunt. And I feel like it's just make more sense. It's gonna be the Valentina first here to respond to that call alter, but they opted for a marksman first here. Within that, Brody. Why? I feel like Brody is an independent laner. He is an independent marksman that can somehow withstand a 2v1, a 3v1 sometimes. And I feel like Coach Tezet, they really understand that they really want to have an independent laner and that marksman to just somehow rotate more, have a more mobile rotation here, not just focusing on towards that gold lane. Ibnuwardani here taking their time here on that third and last pick for the first phase. It is going to be the Estes here. So again, a very here and there performance, right? Why? Joy can pick off, but with Faramis and Estes, you really want to go in and clump up with 4, with 5. So this is going to be very, very tough for Coach Tezet to somehow find the counter here, because you go all in. Ibnuwardani pops off the call alter. You go all in again. There's the ult from Estes that is just too annoying, that can heal multiple members back to full HP. So Coach Tezet here, they need to brew up a plan to somehow counter this type of meta, right? Ibnuwardani will ban out the Franco here as expected to deny that insta-lock right, for that joy to roam freely. So let's see here. Instant response as well from the side of the Beatrix. It's going to be from the side of Coach says it's going to be the Beatrix instead. Let's see, will they commit to a gold lane ban is the question here. ibnuwardani, what will they answer here? It's going to be the Kai,
Yeah.
it seems like.
Seems like the Kai is going to be the choice here. They're trying to limit that possibility for the Martis to go into that EXP lane, perhaps trying to force that into that jungle position with the Kai ban here coming through. But very interesting, right? Very huge sustain coming in for Team Ibnu. Yet, in this situation, something like the Atlas actually could work. Grouping up as 5, the Valentina can also help with the sustainability, either taking in the Holy Healing from the Estes or the Cult Altar from the Paramis. So, Team coachtezet, are they gonna still commit on to the gold lane bans is the question, and the answer is yes. They go in for the Moskov ban here, and Team Ibnu, they have the first pick in the second phase.
Looking at this current head-to-head, right? Going up against the Brody, what hero is good going up against the Brody? You know what?
I mean,
feel like
with so
Leslie
much
might
Clint. Oh, Leslie.
work. Clint. Oh, well, not head-to-head. Well, yeah, head-to-head of Clint, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, I prefer Leslie. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely, right? The Leslie can carry through the late game, but if the Brody wants to play aggressive from that early game, the Clint is a possibility. Or they can go in for NPCs. Not really sure what they have in their kit, their hero pool kit, but an APC definitely could work here. Something like the Harith is a possibility. Lilia does work sometimes, but Team coachtezet, they're gonna close in their drafts with a Kufra and a Freya. So very interesting pick. We haven't seen Freya in quite a while, and I'm curious to see what Team Ibnu has in store for us for that gold lane. With the Moskov taking away Beatrix, Melissa, Wanwan, Claude is something they could pick up if they want to. Definitely really good in those team fights, but we did miss one hero. The carry is still available for them to pick up, and that carry is going to be able to shred through that front line that Team coachtezet has. The Freya, the Martis, even the Kufra is going to have a little bit of an issue in that mid to that late game, but early game, it's definitely going to go for Brody.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a pickle. It's going to be tough for Kufra Martis here to somehow perhaps withstand the carry here, especially if we're talking about the late game. So a very, very solid draft here, I might say here, Eterna, from both teams, right? They got the combo, Faramis and Estes, but they also here from the side of the Tezet, they have the Kufra that can just clap them, perhaps bait them to force that ult, and then really somehow commit the all-ins, right? So let's see here execution-wise. So Eterna, please take us away to the grand finals of Game 1.
The Game 1, the deciding game of how the tempo of this best of 5 is going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome into the Land of Dawn for the first game of this full best of 5 between Team Ibnu as well as Team Tezet. And you can see already a very interesting thing happening here. I thought the Martis was going to be hyper, but it's actually a Euphoria jungler on the Freya.
It's going to be the Freya here. So what it says is, Freya, early game, okay damage, but late game is going to be very, very nasty. All right? Considering that no clear crowd control from the side of Team ibnuwardani, I feel like this Freya can shine because, as we all know, Freya, what counters Freya? Crowd control. And looking at their composition, they lack crowd control. So perhaps they might exploit that. Tezet here using on a Kufra, catching Boba, forcing Boba to less than half HP. Meanwhile, outside, both EXP laners, they're at each other. Both of them are low.
Yeah, we're talking about crowd control. Team Ibnu does lack it, right? They do have the Shadow Stampede coming in from the Faramis as well as the Earth Shatter from the Edith, but other than that, there's not much they can do As you can see here, already Tezet looking for an aggressive play. He's not level 4 just yet, so he can't use the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combo. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Z already getting heavily poked, but the Earth Shatter does connect onto Euphoria. He's going to be taken down. First Blood goes for that particular team. And now, it's Team Ibnu here leading in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, that's how you stop a Freya, right? With the Edith here, with the skills that he has, or she has, that will stop a Freya. And there you go, First Blood. Ibnuwardani strike first. Turtle now quite free. Tezet hovering around. Freya, though, will contest. Oh, the Flicker Rage finds it. Tezet now with the kill. Now the Turtle will be surely secured by Euphoria. Another member falls. And it's going to be ibnuwardani, a 3-0 technically.
Wow, a beautiful, beautiful turn back there by Team coachtezet. And a beautiful Tyrant's Rage Revenge flicker combo by Tezet himself on to the core member, which was Z. Without any retribution, that was an easy secure for coachtezet, especially onto that turtle. And now you can see here rotations coming through for both of these teams. Ilal already with the Cult Altar in his arsenal to utilize if Prio Romano needs it. But they're gonna go for a kill into the mid lane first here, I feel. Tezet already charging. And he is gonna be able to connect it. Tezet with a beautiful, beautiful combination there. Beautiful Kufra player. But Coleus is still able to get out.
Yeah, with the flicker, and also do note that Coleus has the Call Altar, but he calculates that he doesn't really need to pop that Call Altar. So that's a good discipline there, not wasting that ult. Now Kelvin Gimang is actually low, but oh my goodness, Euphoria with the Freya now finds the kill. Will he claim the double? Oh my god, Z is low, but he survives. The Call Altar not really in range, but doesn't really matter because Z is able to get out of that sticky situation.
Yeah, luckily for them though, still able to get out for the moment, denying another kill for Team coachtezet as they are putting the pressure, continuing that pressure here in the mid side. Tezet goes in for the charge, it doesn't really connect onto anyone just yet. Golio still able to get out of that situation and therefore deny yet another pickoff from coachtezet.
For now, it's quite a slow out of the sure, it's 3-2, but it's very slow tempo of the Kufra play, particularly the mid side now. Z quite low now. Terrified is able to get out, but that leaves the turtle wide open. Boba now looking for an opening perhaps on this carry. Early game carry, not too much of a threat here. So yeah, Team ibnuwardani has no response here to contest this turtle.
Yeah, really good setup from coachtezet, right? They didn't really have to pick off Z. All they needed to do was get him really low. And so he was forcing a recall there onto Z, and that allowed them the space and the time to secure the neutral objective. The second, and that's all fallen into the hands of Team coachtezet. So far, their gameplay has really just outmaneuvered Ibnu up until this point. And like you mentioned, Boba has yet to pop off with the 1v1 head-to-head against the Brody, who initially already has a really good and hefty amount of damage. Gonna get a turret there. Oh, actually misses there, as there's gonna be some damage here coming through for Coach Ibnu. The Shadow Stampede doesn't connect, and Prio Romano still is able to get away.
Yeah, good flicker there from Prio Romano there. A well-timed flicker as well, right? Because Coleus is actually eyeing on that side, but it seems like now Prio Romano tough way to defense, but oh, what a catch there. Valo 69, goodbye. A very good chemistry and a backup there displayed by the Team Tezet.
Beautiful, and they're going in once again. Koli is going to be the next one to fall, and that's a killing spree being picked up by Euphoria. Tezet going to be able to help us try and zone out Z. He's trying to deal some damage, but that damage has just been taken off the board. Seems like Euphoria gonna be a little bit aggressive as well. Gonna be able to get a tower in that mid side, as it seems like Coleus here, no, Valo 69 rather, is gonna force that holy healing early. On the top side, Torn Apart Memory doesn't exactly take Boba down, but you can already see the pressure that Boba is feeling there in the gold lane.
Yeah, it seems like as of yet, right? 6 minutes in, The combo of the Cult Alter and Estes doesn't really show, but now Follow 69 will be jumped on. Coleus is forced to use that Cult Alter, but now Coleus has nothing. He will not be able to survive this one. He will be taken out. Mega kill secured by the Freya. Another kill secured in the bag here by the coachtezet and friends. 2 men down.
2 men down and another one on the board as the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge connects on to Z right before the turtle take. They are able to convert these kills onto these objectives really well, and that is just the macro play that Team coachtezet has above Team Ibnu.
Minute number 4 or minute number 5 earlier was 3-2. The scoreline very close. But now take a look at the scorelines, 8-2. The gold lead is now shifted on towards 6K almost. And item-wise, 2 members from side of coachtezet here on his way to BOD. The Martis and as well as the Brody. So the Martis here opted, for the killing spree emblem.
Yeah.
Not the Demon Slayer, so he opts for an attack assassin build, and thus he builds the Hunter Strike and as well as VOD.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, right? And even the Freya, right? You can see how much damage that she's able to put onto the members of Team Ibnu with the BOD as well as the Haskell's as well. So a lot more sustainability in those team fights, being able to lifesteal her way with her basic attacks. And I find this very intriguing because we haven't seen the Freya for so long. And like you mentioned there, the BOD already built up there for the Brody. So that initial power spike that Brody's already feeling is definitely there. But the Earth Shadow is going to connect onto Kelvin Gimang. He's still able to get away. Ibnu here already forcing that ultimate to deal some damage, but it's not in range. And so that's just going to be a resource wasted.
Take a look at the Tezet here positioning, right? Let's be careful. Tezet will catch Boba there, and 2 men stunned and 2 men deleted. A good setup there. Nobody can really open up the bush except ibnuwardani with this current lineup, and it's not looking good. The Tornabon memory will deal enough damage to take him down as well. It was a 2-man wipe. But now it's going to be 3 man, so more space and more ground again for coachtezet's team to play around with.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful plays so far by Team coachtezet. Like we mentioned there, the macro, the micro even in those 1v1s, it's very evident to see that both of these teams are kind of on a different level. The only thing that perhaps could be done by Team Ibnu is wait for the power spike from Boba to hit. Because when she does, when the carry is at that point where she's able to be more active in those team fights and be more impactful, that's perhaps when they're able to pop off. But it looks like Team coachtezet, they really don't want to let that happen. The Lord already marching down there in that top side. And you can see here, just more pressure, the zoning. They're actually freezing the lanes away as well, so there's not much of space for Boba to farm up and get that power spike.
Let's see. The first Lord here, this is an unenhanced Lord. What will they be able to brew with a 10,000 gold lead, right? The mid side here will surely fall here, but the passive is still there, but they force it, right? Base cert number 1 will fall. Lord is still, well, is half HP here and be taken care of top side, but that leaves the bot side quite open. So 2 base turrets here will be taken out. Will they force a fight? Tezet jumps in, misses, has the flicker to escape, and Z now caught. But the torn apart memory, the cult altar, and as well as the holy healing will help him survive. Tezet in the front lines, hard to escape. Pulled back, damage, soaked in that damage, but now he will be taken down. Now Euphoria will take the last base turret, but it will be traded for another member. 2 members now taken down from coachtezet's team.
Man, oh man, and that is the slight issue that the Brody has, right? Not much of an AoE other than the torn apart memory, and when he's busy doing something else, there's literally no damage for his team to give on to Team Ibnu. Despite them not being able to end the game though, coachtezet still able to get 3 inhibitor turrets, so I would say that's pretty worth it. And looking at the items right now, Z here trying to follow up onto his own damage, picking up the Holy Crystal for additional magic power.
You know what? Item-wise, it's just a landslide, right? All across the board, the Freya 9,000 gold, 3 items built with that Berserker's Fury. Man, the critical. Even Edith, even ibnuwardani himself will not be able to withstand and soak in the damage coming just by Freya. So it's gonna be very hard now for ibnuwardani to open up maps, to commit fights as well. Let's see here. They're clumping up all on the top side, perhaps looking for an opening. But again, nothing is really on the board here for both teams, so why commit on towards the war? But now Tezet charges, not find anyone. But take a look at this now. This play will not have any casualty.
Oh, it actually might here. Tezet needs to get out as soon as possible as Z is going in. Calvin Gimang very low here. Still able to get out, but the torn apart memory is going to take Z down instead. Rio Romano to the rescue with a flicker in as well, with Coach Tezet being able to follow up on that initial damage. That's 3 members taken down. Cult Altar being forced out as well. The damage coming through. Tezet gets his Immortal popped up, but that's Boba taken out. This might be the first game, but they don't have any minions except for the ones in the bottom side. But that's enough to end the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Coach Tezet leads the best of 5 series 1-0.
That is one scary gameplay and a plan from their team here. Coach Tezet and friends, they are able to win a dominant fashion here. And the grand finals, Eterna, what are your thoughts?
That's huge, right? That's gonna give them the spirit, the mentality boost as well, to be able to try and transfer the momentum onto game number 2. And we can see, like, all across the board from that particular game, that Coach Tezet and the team, of course, was able to outplay in terms of that macro. Did you see those transfers? That initiation transfers, they got a pick off, they get an objective. They get a pick off, they get an objective. Everything they do is calculated, everything they do is planned. There's a particular goal that they want to take, and it's very, very challenging, honestly, for Team Ibnu to maneuver around it.
Yeah, there's a reason why Coach Tezet's team managed to win 2-0 going up against the same team, right, Eterna? And it seems like we had it's again evident in that first game. Now let's take a look here at the items builds here. Not really much to talk about. Why? Because it's a landslide here. Euphodia here opted for a rapid boost. That's the only standout item for me, right? Why? Because perhaps Euphodia here understands that he wants to roam around as fast as possible as a jungler. And with that rapid boost, it gives you a lot of bonus movement speed and a lot of mobility. And so when catching your opponent off guard, it's going to be more effective, right? 37,000 damage given by the Valentina, but peep the Brody, right? 42,000 worth of damage given by this hero in what, a 14-minute game? That's a lot of damage.
It truly is, and it really just starts with how the drafting phase kind of just unraveled, right? They forced Team Ibnu to pick up something like the carry, who was very weak in that early game with how much just how behind, how nerfed she was in the previous patches. And so that early game definitely was not even a question for the Brody. Gonna be able to dominate through that in the bottom lane as well. There were just a lot of winning lanes for this team, and they were able to capitalize over that. But the MVP for game number 1 here in the final match of today, it's going to be Coach Tezet himself on the Kufra. KDA of 318, average KDA of 11. Not the best GPM while he is a roamer, but the thing about Coach Tezet on the Kufra is how many moments that he was able to bring out for his team. There were so many pickoff moments that he was able to just give the team to follow up, and even in those last moments before before the final siege into the base, Coach Tezet was able to get a pickoff, and that was just the beginning of the end for Team Ibnu.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the highlights as well here, Eterna. Euphodia, you're almost clinches the double kill. But this was it, right? The setup, Tezet finding the right target as well. Carry was a little bit too, I don't know, was a little bit too zoned out. I feel like they're walking into a bush that is that wasn't open by their team. So that was a quick kill. Tezet here doesn't survive in this current trade, but this was where the bait, I feel like, a little semi-bait, right? Tezet trying to run away. Calvin Gimang here survives, but Z was taken down. So again, after this engage, it was no turning back for the side of Coleus and friends.
Yeah, it truly was difficult to get out that situation. I mean, with the Brody, you can see that that was an instant kill on to Boba. And very interesting. I'm also opening up the live chat here, Gani, and it does seem that there is a comment here. Zafran Atharis Mufti said, why is Ibnu using Inspire? And that's actually a really good question, right? He's on the Edith. Everyone who uses the Edith, especially on the competitive level, competitive scene like MPL, they usually pair up the Edith with something like the Flicker to be able to be a little bit more utility based, right? With the Flicker, the Earth Shatter does connect. It should have helped perhaps them to stave off that pressure coming in from Euphoria on the Freya. But what are your thoughts here? Inspire Edith.
The only thing I see why he opted for that Inspire is he was looking for an Edith damage in his marksman form, right? During his marksman form, you can spam, or you can spam his skills, especially using an Inspire, and perhaps that was what he wants to achieve. Is it effective? A question mark, right? It doesn't really work out for them, but I feel like that was the purpose, and I feel like they should change. He should change his spells if he really wants to learn, and if he really wants to, well, if he learned his lesson, basically, right? It's gonna be a switch here. ibnuwardani, they will pan the Martis out first, saying that was a bit too much, bro. Kelvin Gimang was on the Martis, but what it provides is that flexibility, right? It shows that Martis in a team, in Coach Tezet's teams, it can be flexed, and that's perhaps is a problem for Team ibnuwardani.
Yeah, and that's going to be a question. What hero is going to be left open here, right? The Farsa gets banned out by Team Ibnu. From the side of Team Tezet, though, we do see the Ling as well as the Wanwan. Blue is going to be the next one to be banned out, but are they going to leave the Melissa open here? I feel like she's a little bit too expensive of a hero to let go, and they go in for the Melissa ban. And so, first pick for Team Ibnu. What is left open here?
What is left open? Joy. Joy is left open here. If they really want to not explore, but if they really want to turn the heat up, right? They won a couple of games with that Joy, so perhaps not with Joy. They will and are still comfortable with that fairness. Let's see here the response by Coach Tezet and friends. Will they pick up a similar hero as it was in game one, or will they shake things up?
I mean, like everyone likes to say, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So they can go for the exact same approach and go for the exact same type of strategy, but I don't know if they can pull it off twice, right? Because that Freya was a surprise pick that we saw there in game number one. It really turned a lot of heads. Freya in the jungle of all places as well. So Tezet here gonna go for a slightly safer route. They're not gonna go for anything crazy here in the first pick. They're gonna secure the Kaja in that roaming position, presumably, if not in that jungle. And for the counter towards the Ferromis, they're gonna go for the Valentina, saying, if you want to play sustain, we can do that too. Let's use the IMU to take away the cult altar in order for it to be a little bit more level in those team fights.
We have to see, right? It's going to be very, very, very tough here for ibnuwardani to think what will they bring up, because in the first game they brought up that Estes doesn't really work out, but there you go, the switch up. the Freya will be picked up by their team, by ibnuwardani himself in the XP, and a YSS. Take a look at the response though. Coach says that doesn't care. They will pick up the Jawhead.
Wow. Okay, so there are like comfort picks all around, right? Team Ibnu finally securing that YSS. It was banned out in that first game. And from the side of coachtezet, right, Kelvin Gimang finally getting his hands on the Jawhead. This is a power pick from him. And people like to say that he's only able to play the Jawhead, and he finally gets his hands on that. So we'll see if that is going to have an impact in the game. But something that we haven't seen it too much other than the Jawhead is the YSS, right? So is this a YSS MM or is this a YSS jungler?
YSS jungler. I feel like they're very, very small possibility. YSS as a gold laner, not really much of a threat if this YSS is on that gold lane. It's more of a, it's more useful, it's more functional if this YSS is on that jungler. But it's going to be the Brody here banned out. So Team ibnuwardani doesn't really care if they have yet to pick up a marksman themselves. It will still limit the marksman here. Again, in game one, it was that Brody. Very, very tough to be taken down. So it's just also respect.
Can I say something that's completely off topic here, Yanni?
Go.
All right, so when we were introducing the team entrance, and it was coachtezet that came in first, and I was like, Team Ibnu. Do you know why that happened?
I will protect you.
Why?
Your team.
It turns because I thought that Ibnu was Ilal, right? And it turns out they look so similar because they're brothers.
You're okay. Yeah, Ilal Wardani, right? Is his name?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They're brothers.
Okay.
That's why they look so similar. That's why I was so confused. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coming back into the game here, we do see an Atlas and a Lolita being banned out by Team coachtezet, which kind of confuses me here. Are they gonna go for a grouping? Oh, maybe because they have the Valentina taking the cult altar, that's gonna actually push them to group up as 5. Whereas the ban coming in from Team Ibnu is Fredrin as well as the Brody. And that actually forces the gold laner from coachtezet to pick up the Clint.
Yeah, the Clint pickup here from coachtezet and friends here. Very, very, very smart, right? Very strong, but oh my god, Team Wardani is, yeah. At this point, they don't care, right? Bruno, very, very tough against the Jawhead. Well, it's possible. But against a Jawhead and Kaja, Bruno is going to have a tricky time here. But let's see here. Perhaps they can make it work here with the help of that Grok pick. Because I really like that Grok pick. It adds pressure. It adds crowd control as well with that wall charge. And it helps Team ibnuwardani to face check bushes, open up bushes. Whereas in game 1, they don't really have a hero that can face check.
And not just that, right? The Bruno and the YSS in the jungle is going to have so many problems facing against the Amon, who in the early game is already going to have a lot of damage. Remember, he's an assassin. The burst coming in from him when they go in for these neutral objectives, it's going to be tough for Ibnu once again here coming in to game number 2. But Gani, introduce us to game 2.
A Land of Dawn, here we go! Game 2 between Team ibnuwardani and versus Team Ilal Wardani. Well, not Ilal, but coachtezet.
And for the moment, it seems like coachtezet is going to have a point in this full best of 5 series. We'll see if they're going to be able to push this forward to another point, or will they turn and equalize things around. Earlier on here, you can see the pressure coming in from Tezet onto Kolios, who is on a Grok. So the initial base damage of the Valentina is very felt already. The pressure definitely happening here, but Ibnu goes down their first blood for Team Tezet.
That's a shock therapy, right? I mean, you're playing Freya, the Jawhead, Man, it's gonna have a good time there, especially on a killing spree. So it's gonna be tough for ibnuwardani here. Tezet face checking here. Let's see. Oh, pulls back, but now Tezet will force the flicker. Not just yet here. Kolio is quite low as well on that grok. No casualties here from that exchange. But take a look at Valo here, forcing Prior Romano to use the flicker, but Ilal here aggressive as well as Tezet. 2 flickers for a kill. It's definitely worth it because it's on towards a gold laner.
Definitely. That puts Coach Tezet in a comfortable position. Ibnu needs to be careful here. Euphoria already on the way. Not going to commit onto that just yet though. So a lot of pressure onto the Freya like you mentioned earlier before there, Gani. And that's the perfect timing for them to convert onto the objective, which is that turtle.
Yeah, the thing about the composition of Tezet's composition, right? A lot of single targets here, right? Kaja, the Jawhead, the Amon as well. So if you really think about it, not a lot of AoEs, but they can definitely make it work here with their pickoff strat. Let's see here, it's gonna be contested here. 3v4 now, retribution battle. Ilal was zoning it away. Oh my god, Grok there with the stolen wallet charge will not be able to amount to anything, but Colis will fall, Freya will fall as well. Things are not looking good here in the ibnuwardani department as they just lost 2 members and that turtle.
And that's an instant 2,000 gold difference once again for Coach Tezet. And you know, Gon, fun fact is that Kelvin Gimang on the Jawhead, he's actually top global Jawhead. So that's why he knows the ins and outs of the heroes as well as he does. He knows the skill matchup. He knows how to use the Jawhead damage really well as well. And you can see that being reflected into the gameplay. But here, Ilal caught in a awkward situation here. He doesn't get taken down just yet. So that is a lot of resources wasted onto him. And just beautiful gameplay so far by Coach Tezet.
Yeah, it's 4-0 here for a reason right there. Pick-off composition really works well here, it seems like, right? Let's see how it will work towards that late game where it's usually 4v4s, a lot of 5v5s. The pick-offs, what will they go to? But now Korea's face checking here will soak some damage, but it seems like no all ends just yet from both teams. Boba here looking for the stampede, but doesn't really connect on towards anyone here. Both teams just helping, but top side, another solo kill, question mark, almost.
Almost, but that is not enough. But what's enough is Coleus being taken down by the endless shards coming in from Euphoria. And this is what I was concerned about in the early game, right? Amon, in that early game, even without any items, is already dealing a lot of damage. That burst magical damage onto these members from Ibnu is gonna hurt a lot. And I mentioned on YSS and Bruno, but even on Coleus, who was supposedly a tank, that's how much damage he's able to do. But in the top side, Ibnu goes down once again by the top global Kelvin Gimang. But you can see here, the shutdown happens here from Z. He doesn't want to let that slide.
No. He finds the revenge here. Oh, the Mountain Shocker there almost stole the turtle away. Good thing Retribution was still on point. Again, what, 1,000, almost 2,000 gold lead here. So it's still comebackable. Oh, while charge here, stolen by Ilal, will connect onto its firearms. No clear fall of damage though. But it seems like it's just a threat. It's just a bluff from Ilal there.
It's called Teori Ancaman in Indonesian.
Okay, what does that mean?
It translates to the strategy of aggression, you know, and that's exactly what he did there in the mid lane. You know, giving a little bit more aggression, zoning him away, and being able to clear a lot quicker, which means that they're able to rotate a lot faster than the opponent right now. A 3-man hide in the bush right now. Ibnu's gonna be very shocked. There you go. It collapses instantly, and he definitely goes down for that.
That is a surprise for ibnuwardani. And check out his stat right now, right? 5 minutes in, 0 for 1. 0 for 1. That's not a good stat here as an EXP. And it seems like his Inspire spell is also irrelevant. But now Endless Shards will not do damage, but it's Z! Solo killing there. Wow. outplaying Euphoria there top side.
Beautiful play by the YSS. A lot of the viewers in the live chat have said that the YSS is really good, and we can see that coming to fruition right now. 3v1, buying so much time, doesn't get caught out, and that is the prowess that he has. Really good follow-up here. You can see that the Coleus is going to collapse as well. He does get taken out by the Valentina, but look at that, already a 1-for-1 trade. Tezet gonna be the next one on the chopping block, but they say no, as Ibnu is actually gonna be the one to fall. 1 versus 2 here. Tezet gonna have a little bit more to say, but Euphoria outplays the situation. Z goes down, but Boba has the last stand there. Gonna be able to get another pick off on the board, plus a tower in that mid side.
That's a good trade. Valo, very good instinct there to rotate towards that mid side, seeing it's wide open. And a free mid turret, he will take it any day, right? Z, their earlier top side, almost outplaying again, but this time that Endless Shard was able to take his life down as well. So now it's just 2,000 gold a year, still less than 2,000, right? So it's gonna be a very still tricky. It's still anyone's game. But looking at the power hero here, Team coachtezet perhaps has a slot panic.
Definitely. We see that here. Mountain Shocker popped up, opening up the map, giving them a bit more vision, and that is the beauty of the YSS, right? Other than the damage, the early game damage that the YSS has, as well as really fast clear and mobility, the Mountain Shocker, his ultimate, is going to be able to open up the map a little bit more, give more information for his team. But look at that Unstoppable Force, as well as the Petrify on it to Ibnu. He gets taken out even before the team fight connects. Coleus with the conceal play here, gonna put in the wall. Nothing too fancy, no casualties from coachtezet, and that's a 1-for-0 here in the 8th minute of the game.
It's a 5v4 here top side. They really need to be careful here. Will they commit? Oh, Tezet flicker Divine Judgment on towards Zave. Say bye-bye, Coleus. With HP, still survives, but there you go. Another casualty here. It's Z, so that's very expensive.
Very expensive. It's not someone that you want to go down this earlier on, especially that he's on an emblem like the Killing Spree. But you can see here the instant conversion onto the objectives, right? The mid-side turret is going to fall. Clint already marching and munching down onto that top side turret. He's also going to take it, and that is a 3,000 gold lead for coachtezet in the 9th minute of the game, with 20 seconds left for the Lord to spawn.
It's very tough now, right? Looking at this current situation, they were down less than the 2,000 earlier, but now it's just gradually increasing the deficit and lead here for both teams. So let's see. The Lord is up though. It's minute number 9. Will they commit to the Lord stat, or will they take their time here? It seems like Grok and as well as Z is already somehow opening vision. Oh, ibnuwardani jumps in on towards, says that it's just a roamer though. Seems like no clear commitments just yet again.
Yeah, still a slight power spike there for both Valo and Ibnu, both getting the Berserker's Fury, so more crit damage. But Tezet here goes in for a concealed play. It does get spotted out, so it is going to be cancelled just a little bit, but the Wild Charge is going to be able to connect onto Euphoria. Endless Shards getting hit as well, but that's already a damage kill on to that member. Z goes in, gonna be able to put some damage, but that's 3 members already taken out. Boba and Z versus the world. Will they be able to put some pressure on to Tezet to take them away from that Lord take? And the answer is yes. All these members, they retreat, they recuperate, but once again, the focus remains on the Lord.
Wow, they're taking they're taking a gamble here. Z now committing on towards his Lord. Coleus, oh, Tezet, flicker, Divine Judgment. No clear fall of damage just yet, though. Z will not be able to escape because Kelvin Gimang is there to execute his life. Now, without the jungler, it's going to be a free open Lord here for the side of Team coachtezet.
Wow, that is a 5,000 gold lead here for Team Tezet as we look at the disparity in terms of the items as well, Goni.
Man, looking at the items, Rose Gold Meter, have to seize 100 Strike for that Jawhead. No wonder ibnuwardani doesn't see a light in this game, right? 173, 11 minutes and not looking good. Clint, though, he also has his farm quite well, right? Hunter Strike, BOD on his way towards that endless battle. So every bullet will give out true damage, and that's a lot considering that your defensive items here are very, very minimal here from side of ibnuwardani. Inner turret, mid side, and bot side will be taken out. So it's just the base turrets left here. Team ibnuwardani, they need to figure something out.
And that's even before the Lord comes, right? That's how much just high ground and perhaps siege potential that Coach Tezet has right now. The Lord finally gonna be able to enter that bottom side. Look how much damage the Endless Shards does on it to Ibnu, forcing him back. Wondering if he does have any magical defense items, seeing as he is a frontliner. The Lord is going to be cleared out though by Coach Ibnu game. But both of the inhibitors fall. Completely worth it for Team Coach Tezet, realizing that that's the first Lord of the game.
I mean, considering that they don't need to sacrifice quote unquote any member as well, taking that to two base turrets with the first Lord, that's a huge dub, right? And we can see here instantly, right, the gold shift also increases dramatically. 9,000, 8,000, almost 10,000 gold lead now secured here for their side. So it's going to be tougher now for ibnuwardani's team to perhaps open up things now. Take a look at this. Tezet is just hovering around the orange buff here. It's practically 1v5, but ibnuwardani cannot really commit on towards Tezet. Tezet has more defensive items, and of course, his backup is just deadlier.
Well, yeah, that was aggressive positioning coming in from Coach Tezet, right? It could have been punished, but like you mentioned, it's not as simple as that, especially with an 8,000 gold difference here in the 13th minute of the game. He's going to be able to walk in and walk out as he deems fit. 15 seconds left onto the next objective, which is the Lord. They're going to be able to open up with the wards here. Going to see some vision onto that area, but man, I don't see a way for Team Ibnu to be able to deny this Lord away from Coach Tezet. It looks like it's going to be a free Lord.
It looks like it should be, right? Looking at the gold lead, but Coleus here says otherwise. Concealed play. In the backside, two members here quite low. Tezet jumps in with the flicker as well. ibnuwardani falls. Tezet survives. Immortal is still there as well. Galvin Giman jumps in towards the backside, finds the Bruno. Now Z finds the Immortal, finds the kill, but he will be taken out as well. Boba, last man standing. The Lord will comfortably secured by the side of Amon, and looks like it's going to be 2-0 here very soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go end here with the lane mid side turret crashing down. Boba versus the world. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be a 2-0 for Team Coach Tezet.
Oh my goodness. Yippee-ki-yay! 2-0. Coach Tezet, championship point.
Yep, championship point indeed here, Gani. I needed a long pause there because they only have one more chance. Team Ibnu has one more chance, one more game to be able to stay in their championship run. Remember, 15,000 USD dollars are at stake, as well as a ticket to South Korea, Busan. They are trying their best. They need to try their best, and they need to reset, right? It's not a best of 3 anymore. It's a best of 5. So whoever has a more endurance, I would say, and more mental prowess should be able to come out on top. There is still a chance for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, anything can happen, right? Anything is possible here, Eterna. It also applies in the Land of Dawn. So Team ibnuwardani can definitely win 3 games in a row if the universe agrees. So let's see here, item build. Let's see here, item builds. I mean, what else is there to talk about? Ilal here. he's a very solid mid laner, I must say here, Eterna, right? Genius One, Clock of Destiny, Holy Crystal, Lightning Truncheon, a very standard build. But take a look at his stat. Nowhere near standard. 411 doesn't really he doesn't get taken down. And of course, it really helps the team that he provides as the anchor in that mid lane. And of course, Tezet, he played a perfect Kufra in that first game, and he displayed a perfect Kaja in this game, 2-0-12.
2-0-12. With how aggressive he was playing, you'd think that he was taken down at least once. But after looking at the scoreboard, right, 21 to 6 kills, that is a landslide victory for Team Coach Tezet. And it must suck to be Ibnu, right? Like your brother beating you this hard, this competitively. I wonder what he's feeling right now.
It's a mixed feelings, right? He hates losing, I bet, but he loves his brother. So you know what? It's a little bit mixed, I feel like. So let's take a look at the stat here. Damage dealt 56,000 here from YSS. Wasn't enough because, well, not because he was the highest, he was the carry, but it still wasn't enough. Taking a look at the Jawhead that dealt a lot of damage in that game, was 43,000 only.
Yeah, 43,000 is the score line there for that damage. And just looking at the stats, right? Sure, YSS was a hard carry there in that particular game, but it wasn't enough. It was hard for him to go in 1 versus 5, but this is your MVP, the brother, Mr. Ilal himself, right? With the Valentina 4011 KDA, like you mentioned before, an average KDA of 15 and a GPM of 613 as a mid laner. His item builds are quite standard, but what wasn't was how much damage he was able to put on, and it makes sense with the Holy Crystal that was added into his arsenal.
Nasty magic power, Genius Wand as well. That very good display of Valentina playmaking there, right? He just a very good showing. And of course here, team ibnuwardani needs to wake up in that game. That Freya wasn't it, my guy. 07 minute number 11, and that wasn't a good display at all, considering your brother is that MVP that game. So highlights, I don't know what to say. It's just all the highlights from the side of Team Tezet here. Sure, they got the win here, right, in that top side, but what happened was they got a little bit too greedy. ibnuwardani jumps in another, he gets taken out. Even here, Z waited, looking for that sneaky play. Sure, he gets the kill, but he also gets taken out, so I'm not really sure here what again, just greedy, I feel like. Here we saw Ethiopia gets taken out. Kelvin Gimang with the clutch targeting there in that backside, finding Bruno, and with that, it's just very hard for the side of ibnuwardani to deal damage because there's no marksman. And in here, it's a similar story. The gold was just a little bit too much, and Euphoria and friends, they were able to handle the situation very well, finding the right targets again there by Kelvin Gimang, finding Bruno, and that combo was just a little bit too deadly. And Boba as a Fermis, nothing much you can do on a defense here, Eterna. So that was a good, again, execution team fight-wise.
Yeah, and you gotta start asking questions, right? Like, what is making this disparity? Because so far, Team Coach Tezet has not lost a single game through the entirety of the series. So why are they so good? And it turns out, fun fact, Goni, Tezet is Mythical Glory, Kelvin Gimang is Mythical Glory, Euphoria is Mythical Glory, Ilal, the brother, is a Mythical Glory, and Prio Romano is Mythical Glory, and they're going against a team with 2 legends.
Oh my lord. So there you go. There's a skill gap indeed, right? There's a skill gap, right? I mean, put me on Tezet's team, right? All right, because I'm also Eterna Mythical Glory, so I belong on that team.
Yeah, that's just it, right? It's a team full of like amateur but high ranking players who know what they're doing. You can see that being reflected into the gameplay as well.
Yeah.
The macro is there. You can see that communication is not an issue. So it looks very difficult for Ibnu here, Team Ibnuwardani, to come back, because now they're at a 2-0. If they lose one more game, then that's GG. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the championship point drafting phase between coachtezet as well as Team Ibnuwardani. The bans do come through here once again. The Ling, the 1-1 gonna be the choice from Team coachtezet. Meanwhile, for Team Ibnu, we do see a Martis being taken off the board.
Yeah, it seems like you're a very similar approach here from Team coachtezet, but ibnuwardani will also offer a Martis ban. Take a look at the morale here that coachtezet team are feeling, right? They are on very, very high adrenaline here, but they need to hold their ground because technically their job is not done just yet. ibnuwardani will offer a Faramis ban. coachtezet quick response will offer a Melissa ban, asking again ibnuwardani's team a question. What are you gonna ban? What are you gonna left open here? Okay, because a lot of prios are still on the board. The joy, perhaps
Glue.
even the glue, right? That hero was banned in that second game, will be left open here in the third game, but no. So they will leave it wide open. They will ban it out, rather.
Yeah, Glue gonna be taken out here. Team coachtezet can actually just replicate the same thing that they did from that first game. Faramis is not an option this time around though, so they can go in for something different. Joy, Valentina is an option if they want to go for a Farsa. That has been left open because of the Faramis ban away from Team Ibnu. Just really wondering, what are they going to start off here for the first phase?
Let's see. What are we going to... Well, what are they going to go where? Because Tezet on that Kaja earlier... Man, that was intense Kaja, right? ibnuwardani here opted for a Farsa, and I bet my money that ibnuwardani will not draft a Freya again.
So he's found success on what heroes, right? That's the question. Freya wasn't it. He's tried different types of heroes as well. But the thing is, right, with the Farsa being picked up here, it is going to be still a very vulnerable pick against the Kaja, and Team coachtezet, they are at ease to be able to pick up something like the Valentina, who has done a lot for the team so far. We saw that from the previous game. So the Valentina is going to be once again the choice. The Jawhead again for Kevin Gimang, and the choice for that EXP lane this time around. It's not going to be the Freya, but it's going to be the Charizla. So a showdown between the Jawhead and the Charizla. But we do see a YSS once again.
Yeah, it seems like you're comfortable power hero here for Z. It was displayed as well in game 2, where he was just comfortable on this YSS, and perhaps with a change up of composition, his YSS will deal more impact here in our coming game. Brody though will still be banned out here, a respect towards Prio Romano again, but I feel like they just need to should they target ban here Prio Romano?
I mean, they could, right? Because the problem is, like I mentioned before, right, we don't have much information on Team coachtezet. We don't know how many heroes they have up their sleeve because of how many games that they played. They've only played a total of 4 games. Well, now 6, including the ones today. But other than that, we don't know much. So to target is definitely something that you could go for. I think it's go big or go home up until this point. Team Ibnu has everything to lose, but they're not going to commit onto that gold lane ban. They're going to go for the Yuzong instead, which is quite interesting, seeing as there's already a Jawhead pick. What do they know that we don't here?
Your team is picking.
That this jawhead is flexed. Yeah, it can be enter the jungle position, but knowing Kelvin Gimang here, right? He really likes the jawhead. Perhaps ibnuwardani is also just securing that Farsa in that mid lane, right? Going up against the Yud Song, not really a good time. But yeah, I feel like it's just more of a safety ban there. Yeah, just I want to make sure you put that jawhead in that EXP. Let me ban that Yud Song out. Quick response of commit on towards a roamer here. Atlas and Lolita ban. Asking again the roamer here. Valo 69. What will he play for this match, for this game?
Your team is picking.
Yeah, Battle 16 are Coleus, right? Because it seems like they swap lanes a lot. The Grok was the choice last time around. It had some impact, not much to win them the game, but very interesting gold lane head-to-head here between the Leslie as well as the Clint. The Leslie has definitely more range than the Clint, but early game Clint against a weak Leslie in that early game, that's a hard lane for the Leslie earlier on. They need to put more pressure onto the Clint, more babysitting, I think, maybe onto the Clint for the Leslie to be able to scale into that mid and late game.
Let's see here what will happen here. It's gonna be the Hayabusa though, so it is going to be Euphoria on the Hayabusa. That's very scary. That's very scary here. What will they opt for? The roamer position. Kufra
They need
might work here,
Kufra.
honestly. Yeah, Kufra might work here. Looking at Clint, looking at as well as the Hayabusa. But to be quite honest with you, Grok, if Coleus is more comfortable on a Grok like he was in game 2, Grok can be also a good option.
But the problem is the Grok doesn't have any lockdown, right, towards the Hayabusa, and exactly to answer that issue, that to find a solution to that issue of the Hayabusa, they end up with the Mincitar here. The roamer is going to be the Mincitar. With his King's Calling, it should be able to deny more of these dashes coming in from perhaps the Hayabusa or even the Valentina, and be a counter engage perhaps if the Kaja goes in for a pickoff in that 5v5 situation.
Well, I guess what will happen, we need to wait a bit here, Eterna, right? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the championship point for Team Tezet. Will they win or will they be forced on towards a game 4? Eterna, please take us to the battlefield.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, to what is potentially the last game of the WCG Rivals 2, as we are going head-to-head into the Land of Dawn. Team ibnuwardani once again against Team coachtezet, who will walk away with that 15,000 USD prize, and who will claim their ticket to Busan.
Let's see. Will Team Tezet be able to run it back from like they did in game 2, or will they slip this time? Looking at the spells, take a look at the bot side here. Spells, right? Flicker's already burnt. Euphoria here having a tough time trying to find the purple buff. Petrify connecting on towards Coleus. Coleus here, waiting. Tezet is in that area, but oh my god, the purple buff got stolen. And take a look at Euphoria, very low, still survives though. But it seems like here, no first blood just yet.
Yeah, no first blood just yet, despite how intense the first few minutes of the game was. And like we kind of predicted, this Valentina is going to be able to clear a lot faster, but with Boba on the Farsa, with the wings by wings, they are going to be able to rotate a lot faster as well. Seems like Tezet here trying to get a little bit creative, a little bit aggressive on to the jungle of Z. He hasn't been punished just yet, and it is going to be able to deter the movements and the rotations of Z himself in that jungle, seeing as that they're both still at level 3.
Now, looking at the current situation now, not really much of a too much of a heated battle here in the early game, first 2 minutes especially. No first bloods just yet. Players are mostly just hovering, looking for an opening. Terzla now looking for that opening, right? On towards Kevin Gaming, but Ibnu will be tossed towards that near area. Petrify connecting as well here. High and Dry is active. First blood will go to the hands of the Jawhead here. In the backside, Boba gets taken down as well. Lius will not be able to do anything apart from watching his two mates die.
Yeah, I don't really know what Team Ibnu are trying to do, right? Because looking at the drafts, sure, Team coachtezet has a good draft, but I can say the same for Team Ibnu. The difference is Team coachtezet has a lot more to say in the early game with the Clint, with the Hayabusa as well. There's a lot of damage early game and early on for Kelvin Gimang as well. Whereas Team Ibnu, they're really great in the late game. With the Farsa, they also have Valo who's on the Leslie. I think they need to be a little bit more patient, but meanwhile in the bottom side, they are still going to be able to get a pick despite their draft. 1-0 there in that bottom side. Prio Romano taken down.
A little bit too overextending there. Flicker Divine Judgment here on towards Valo. Perfect timing there. Good synergy. They got the trade back. You killed my gold laner, I'ma kill yours.
Yeah, you were talking about overextension, and I think that Valo overextended quite a bit there, trying to get some damage onto the turret perhaps, but it was punished instantly by Tezet and Ilal. So traded back like you mentioned here. It does seem Wings by Wings going to be popped up here to get some advantage on to Pure Romano on the bottom side. Let's see if he's able to get out.
Okay. Oh, towards the backside here. Boba looking a lot of damage. Will survive up to now. Z finds the kill with the help of Kolio. Z now in trouble. Shadow kill will connect, but not enough damage just yet. Kolio is soaking a lot of damage. Petrify connecting as well. But here comes ibnuwardani. Flicker play. Penalty zone finds the kill on towards the roamer. But he will be the only guy to fall.
Only guy to fall, but that is enough, right? That is enough for them to... Oh, but wait a minute. Euphoria in the mid lane, going to be able to get a kill with that shadow kill and that quad shadow as well. Z goes down there, and that's just in time for them to transfer and convert that onto the turtle in a 5v4 situation.
5v4 here without the jungler. Yeah, it seems like it is going to be an open turtle here as the YSS is rotating towards the top side. Tezet pulls Colius out of there, but he still survives somehow, but not for long here. Oh my god, he still survives and he escapes. In the backside though, it's going to be Farsa taken very low. Calvin Gaming a little bit too far there, gets taken out, but the turtle will fall to the hands of Tezet.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive. I guess he was going in for perhaps just trying to zone them away, but he went in with the unstoppable force, was forced to go into the backline of the enemy, and therefore he gets taken down. But that was enough space for Team coachtezet to get the second turtle of the game. And taking a look at the items here, right, there's a little bit of a disparity, but not too much for it to be groundbreaking, right? Even with the Valentina and the Farsa, only a 2,000 gold difference. Elegant Gem, not yet the Clock of Destiny for the Farsa just yet. And this is what I mentioned, right? They need to wait for the power spikes to hit before they go in for these aggressive 5v5 team fights.
Looking at the current situation again. Oh my god, it's a 3v2. Oh, Divine Judgment connected onto his Valo 69. He will fall in the hands of the Shadow Kill. Colius will not be able to cover that guy. But now in top side, it's 2v1. Will they commit on towards a fight? But Feather and Strike in the bot area will not be able to take anyone down. Again, another win for coachtezet.
Yes, definitely getting that gold laner down, trying to prevent that late game power spike from happening is something that they need to really just pay attention to, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Valo already at 0-2-1 here in the first 7 minutes of the game, but finally, Boba is going to be able to get that Clock of Destiny, going to give them a little bit more HP and mana, but the damage has not yet been transferred without the co-item, which is that Lightning Truncheon. So again, patience is key, I believe. I don't think they should contest for the objective. I think they should look for maybe just more pressure onto the Clint here in the first 7 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it seems like no pressure whatsoever, right? Yeah, sure. Clint got taken down earlier, but now he's quite free, you know? He's already has BOD, and take a look at top side. Kelvin Gimang there. Slight miscalculation. He gets taken out, but oh my god, Z gets out in time. Now Colius will have that ult on towards that Hayabusa, finds the shutdown as well with the help of that Terizla. And that's a win for the side of Team ibnuwardani.
Yeah, Team ibnuwardani should be able to get this without contest there. It is going to fall to the hands of Valo, seeing as Z was already taken down by the man himself, Tezet, in that back line. For the airstrike opened up, the damage does come through. Valo is going to be taken down with the unstoppable force, as Vin Gaming is going to have a good time repairing what he made a mistake earlier, getting 2 kills on the board, as well as another for the team, and that is 4 men down, traded for 0.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, but Z finds a compensation kill there. Just a member on towards the roamer as well. Not looking good here. Team ibnuwardani, again, same patterns, right? They got the dub in that team fight. What happened was they got a bit too greedy. They got a bit too hasty. They invaded the jungles, coachtezet, which was not a wise decision, because coachtezet, they were ready for it. They were healthier. They were already with the setup, so it gives ibnuwardani in a disadvantaged situation. Now, take a look at here. Quad Shadow Kill connecting onto two members here, but the damage will be more than enough to take Zeke down. He will be traded back though, but Fallow 69 will fall. Colios here in a no man's land will fall as well. ibnuwardani will not commit on towards a fight.
Wow, beautiful collapse by Team coachtezet, right? Just wonderful initiation coming in from Euphoria, but that was instantly just, capitalized over his own team as well. They collapsed so well, synergy highly on point, and they're going to get a lot on the board for that. They got a tower in the bottom side. They're eyeing for this mid-side turret as well. And Boba and Ibnu doesn't seem like they're in a position to be able to do anything about it, but here comes Z to say otherwise.
My goodness, that hoverboard there from the YSS stunned Clint up, and it forces him to use that flicker. Thankfully, he still has that flicker. Now, speaking of Clint, he only has that BOD, which is very interesting, right? 5,000, 6,000 gold here. Very, oh my god, Z gets taken out there with the shadow kill, and Kelvin Gimang will find a Farsa effortlessly there. 2-0 here, Eterna.
Yeah, the Farsa is just so vulnerable, right? To the backline engage that coachtezet has in the arsenal of themselves, right? The unstoppable force coming in from Kelvin Gimang alone is a good deterrent to cancel the feather airstrike, but because the Jawhead also built damage, the one shot, the combo coming in from Jawhead is enough to take the Farsa down alone without any help. So that is an issue that Team Ibnu needs to think about. And unfortunately, Farsa is not like a Yve, right? It's weird. It's not normal to pick up something like the brute force on the Farsa. You need the items, you need the damage to be able to have an impact in the game. And so you are very vulnerable to these strikes. Perhaps a Winter Truncheon could be an option for the Farsa to utilize. Unstoppable Force Winter Truncheon to just at least reduce the damage coming in from the Jawhead.
And this is not going to be it's going to be very tough right here. Very, very tough here again for Team ibnuwardani, who they are behind here. 5,000, 6,000 gold lead with the Lord marching here downstairs. Is not going to be a tough. It's going to be a fun time defending. Let's see here. Inner turret in the mid will fall, and oh my goodness, Divine Judgment connects. ibnuwardani now soaking a lot of damage, will not survive for long, and the top side now is wide open. Nobody is on that lane though, but take a look at the bot side. Lord now will be taken care of. Is it enough time? Euphoria here caught there but will be traded back with the base turret here.
Yeah, luckily Team Ibnu does still have the high ground, and they are going to be able to utilize and capitalize over the feather airstrike damage, which eventually took Euphoria down. So one inhibitor turret does get taken down. That's definitely still worth it for Team coachtezet, despite them having to lose Euphoria in the process.
Not a yes, similar game 1 and 2. We'll take a look at the items here. Kaja already has that fleeting time. Same build from Tezet here. Similar build from game 2, where he also offered that fleeting time. Why? Because he understands that he is ahead, and with that, he is able to provide divine judgment more often than the enemy wants. Conceal play now, Tezet. Again, divine judgment, first person in front, and he's just insta-kill that guy with the help of his friends. So his purpose is just to make the fight 5v4.
Man, like, Ibnu is not having a good game, right? Every time before a team fight, he's always the one to be targeted by Tezet. So these two coaches, these two captains are just really battling it out against one another. Things are getting personal here in the third game of the series, where now Team coachtezet has actually been able to pick up that that inhibitor turret rather in that top side as well. So that's a 7,000 gold lead now for Team coachtezet, and they're gonna try and go for the engage on the Lord.
Let's see here. Kolio hitting up the bush. Immobilized, stunned up as well. He gets taken out now. Take a look at the backside again. ibnuwardani soaking a lot of damage. Oh, divine judgment on towards the back, but Euphoria in the backside will be able to find the base wide open. And here are your WCG Rivals champion.
No way! 15,000 US dollars, a ticket to Busan. Before the match even begun, before the tournament even begun, they were voted the best team, and they were able to just control the standings. And it turns out the fans, the viewers are right. They are the champions here for the World Cybers Games Rivals 2. And they are going to Busan. Congratulations, Team coachtezet. Congratulations, Kelvin Gimang. Congratulations, Euphoria, Ilal as Prio Romano. You're going to South Korea.
Man, they must be in disbelief. But looking at their execution, they should not be surprised here. But let's take it to the host again here, Eterna.
We are going to be inviting the losing team from the grand finals, Team Ibnu, to come up on stage to have a little bit of a chit chat, right? Like, what happened there? How are they feeling? Are they sad? Are they disappointed? What's going on with that team? But it looks like they're all smiles. Let's give a little bit of time for the team to get on stage and say their few words. So right now here, they're explaining what Coach Colius rather is saying. He's saying that, I know we were fired up before the match, but You know, what happens in game stays in game. Everything else, we're brothers outside of the land of dawn. And congratulations to the winning team. For the moment, you guys are the best, Gunny.
I feel like looking at their execution, they are the better team, but it seems like the Kaja was the number one nuisance there for them. Again, evident, right? So Team
Yeah,
Ibnuwardani will
definitely.
officially be the second place here, Eternal.
Congratulations, because that's still prize pool that they're able to get. So once again, GGWP to Team Ibnu, comprised of Boba Z, Valo 69, as well as Kolios. Thank you so much for their hard work and participation, as we're going to invite the champions of WCG rivals to coachtezet. And as now they are going in an interview with Nevin herself, the host. It's just an amazing example of gameplay here, Gani.
I completely agree with you. I mean, the game plan and execution. And take a look at the euphoria that they are experiencing here, right? They got the cash. They will get the cash. They also will win a trip to South Korea. So there you go. That's a greeting. There you go. That's a greeting right there.
Wow. So, Gani, it seems like Coach Tezet is explaining that when they were chosen to participate in WCG, they have been training really hard. They've been sleeping with one another, just training together, trying to pick up the synergy, just doing their best, just really hard work. And even Coach Tezet lost his voice there.
Yeah, hard work pays off, man. Yeah, I mean, it's evident again that they work hard and they have the goal and they got it. This is the brother of ibnuwardani saying thanks to all the people that are involved in making this happen.
Just full on respect here, Gani, from all of the members
Mhm.
here. Saying thank you to
Mhm.
WCG, sponsors as well, all the 20 content creators who participated in this tournament.
The guy that made this all happen, it seems like, here, Eternal.
Oh, we're gonna hear a speech here from Mr. Ilham, the gaming category manager of TikTok Indonesia. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of WCG. World's Cybers Games Rivals 2. Team Coach Tezet, as they are going to be able to get a ticket to Busan as well as a 15,000 USD prize, Gani. It must feel unreal for them right now.
It's I can feel the I can already feel the excitement, the joy that they're feeling, and it shows that even the quote unquote losers are also supporting and having fun with them here. So a very, very healthy. Remember, this is an event that is the concept that is just still fun as well, and we are just enjoying them enjoying themselves.
Terima kasih banyak dan sampai jumpa.
Yes, it's wonderful to see. Whatever happens in the land of dawn stays in the land of dawn. But outside, we are all family. We are all friends. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this does mark the end of the tournament. Congratulations once again to Team Coach Tezet. Any final words before we say goodbye, Gani?
WCG, make it happen again. All right. Hopefully next year.
Hopefully next year. Once again, the World Cybers Games Rivals 2 is sponsored by Smilegate Stove as well as TikTok. And so, like you mentioned, Gani, we'll see you in the next event. Eterna and Gani, we're signing out. Goodbye!
Thank you, Mas Jota. Thank you, Mas Jota.
Thank you.
Thank you ya. Thank you semua. See you.